Good morning, CPAC. Please rise, if able, for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Shad Sullivan, and remain standing for the national anthem, performed by Christina Kaplan.
Good morning, Americans. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please be seated. Good morning and welcome to CPAC 2026, Actions Over Words. Ladies and gentlemen, if you build it, they will come. Words from Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner.
Well, good morning, everyone. I said good morning, everyone. Yes. Hey, why don't we all stand together so I can open us up in a word of prayer. Let's stand together in the presence of the Lord. If you would bow with me. Father, we thank you. Father, for this wonderful opportunity to be together. The Bible says that this is the day that the Lord has made. Lord, we will rejoice and we will be glad in it. Father, thank you for all of those who have come from near and from afar. Thank you for those who have put this wonderful conference together. Lord, I pray that our fellowship will be glorifying to you. Lord God, we lift up our president, vice president, and all of our leaders in this administration. Father, we lift up our servicemen and women all over the world who are fighting for our continued safety and peace. Father, we pray for the conflict in Iran. Father God, we pray that you would have your way, that justice shall be done. And God, I pray for every family represented here today. Lord God, that you would shine on them in such a mighty and powerful way, that you would bless their children, their grandchildren, husbands and wives. Father, I pray you would bring healing to those who need healing and comfort, to those who need to be comforted. God, I pray you would bring reconciliation to families, that mothers would return to daughters and sons would return to their fathers, and families, Lord God, would be made strong again. Lord God, we thank you that we live in the land of the free and the home of the brave, that we can exercise freely, Lord Jesus, the liberties that you have given us and blessed us with, God. Lord, help us to be good stewards. We love you and we thank you again for this day. In Jesus' name, everybody say it. Amen. Amen. Please be seated. Well, I'm happy to be here at CPAC once again. My name is Scott Turner, and I'm so grateful that we're having this wonderful meeting here in my beloved home state of Texas. Amen. Yes. We have people here from all over the country, some from near and some from far. I really hope that those of you that are here that are not from this great state, that you get to explore our wonderful state of Texas. On that note, you know, I want you also to know that this may be your one and only chance to taste what real barbecue is. So welcome to Texas. I do love my friends from North Carolina and Memphis, though. I want to thank Matt and Mercedes for continuing this tradition of organizing this great conference. Can we give them a round of applause, please? The theme for this year's CPAC is actions, not words. We live by this motto in President Trump's administration. As our record has shown, our actions have proven. At last year's CPAC, I said that our mission is to put the American people first, and we have backed that promise up with actions and not words. Not everyone believes in that mission, though. I'm sure that you all saw that on display at the State of the Union, when half the room refused to support the president's statement that said this, quote, "The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens." The Biden administration clearly failed in that first duty. It rolled the red carpet out for illegals that led from the border right up to our public housing units. Every day this travesty continued was a desecration of our government's sacred duty to the American people. Under President Trump's leadership, we are finally ending this gravy train for illegals. At Housing and Urban Development, we proposed a new rule that would force everyone in HUD-supported housing to show proof of citizenship or eligibility. This indeed will end the mixed status loophole, which enabled illegals and ineligibles to get away with their fraud if they stayed in a home with at least one other eligible member. We also blocked illegals from accessing FHA-insured mortgages, which is taxpayer money, which are meant to benefit American citizens and American citizens only. All illegals and all ineligibles must make room for the vulnerable American people, because every one of those spots that is taken from a homeless veteran shivering in the midnight in the streets, a married couple facing a mountain of bills and weight on their family, or every citizen desiring to feel the American dream. Those are the people that we serve. Those are the people that we must serve. And those are the people that we have been called to serve in America. And we also have a duty to serve the Americans of faith who found themselves downtrodden during the Biden administration. Religious liberty is enshrined in our First Amendment, and it is often called America's first freedom because it is the foundational freedom that all others are built upon. And I'm a Christian, unapologetically. And for me, for myself, as well as millions of Americans and believers across this country, our faith in Christ defines who we are down to the very core of our being. We understand what the Apostle Paul meant when he wrote, "To live is Christ, to die is gain," and our lives are hidden with Christ in God. Trying to rob someone of that very identity is a wicked trespass against them and the First Amendment. And that's what we'll witness during the Biden administration, when Washington literally stiff-armed and boxed out faith-based groups out of serving the American people, put believers in fear of expressing themselves, and weaponized, if you will, the law against Americans of faith. But because of our great president, President Trump, faith has a sanctuary in America once again. At HUD, believers are once again free to live out their faith without fear. We're working to make sure that faith-based providers can once again serve the hands as the hands and the feet of Christ, caring for the poor and the vulnerable instead of getting involved away because their beliefs. Our HUD Center of Faith is working with the presidentially established task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias, to cut down on red tape that encumbers faith-based organizations in our country. Actions, my friends, not words. So in short, we're returning HUD to its mission-minded focus, reestablishing stewardship and good policies. And that mission is to give vulnerable Americans a temporary hand up as they walk the path to home ownership. All of our work is already bearing much fruit, as I hope that you can see. The Housing Affordability Index of the National Association of Realtors is at its highest level in years. Under President Trump's leadership, home purchase applications surged by nearly 10%. And rents, which for most people are the beginning of the path to home ownership, are also dropping. The median rent has dropped to a multi-year low, and compared to 2022, some cities have seen double-digit drops in apartment rents, most budget-friendly in 4 years. This is under President Trump's leadership. Our work is bearing much fruit. CPAC friends, we want to help future generations have the same opportunities to achieve the American dream that their parents and their grandparents had. The stakes are very high. In many ways, home ownership is a spine that holds up our republic, because owning a home anchors the American dream. Home ownership gives you something that you can make financially independent. It gives you a true stake in your community, the motivation to make life better for you and your neighbor, a legacy you will pass on to your kids and your grandkids. Having a home is a sanctuary and a cradle for future generations. It promotes stability and prosperity, strong and independent citizens of the United States of America. That vision is the North Star that keeps us going at HUD. And we will continue to pursue it with action and not words. We're about action and not just words at HUD. As I close today, Americans gain confidence and morale when we see our leaders actually living up to the words and fulfilling their promises. And I know this, that is what we see in President Trump, a true leader who fights day in and day out, and I know it personally, for every American citizen, a man who lives up to the promises that he made despite the unrelenting, unending opposition he faces day by day. And by God's grace, in this administration, we will continue to usher in America into a new golden age. Under President Trump's guidance and leadership, we'll make homes more affordable, revitalize our communities, and ensure that every American can live safer, happier, and more prosperous lives together. Thank you for having me. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Rural Resurgence, a speech from Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins.
Well, how about my brother from a different mother, Scott Turner, everyone? You know, we've only got, I guess, well, we got a little bit of time together. We got about 14 minutes, so I want to get into my remarks, but I first just want to note, and I sure think you guys can appreciate this, that this moment in time, this opportunity right now, the God's hand on this moment, God's hand on this president, right? God's hand on our cabinet. It is, it's just such a joy. And listen, the job is hard, right? The darkness is real. The fight for the light is righteous and just and biblical. But to have your fellow warriors like Scott Turner and Kelly Loeffler and Bobby Kennedy, who, if he hasn't been here yet, I think is on his way, John Ratcliffe, Lee Zeldin, Linda McMahon. I mean, it is just incredible. And you hear us talk about how it is family and that there has perhaps never been, maybe never will be again, a cabinet that is so cohesive and so close, and the love for each other is so real. And again, I think it's just incredible. I think God's hand, I can feel it every time I'm in the cabinet room, every time I walk into the White House, every time I'm with my brothers and sisters, even here watching Scott just finish on the monitor. I think Kelly's coming next. I think Bobby's soon after. Y'all, we are in this together, and we're in this with all of you all, and we just couldn't be more grateful. Thank you. Thank you. You know, as we gather in CPAC today in my home state of Texas, it is so wonderful to be here and to understand where we were, what the darkness really looked like just a short time ago, and then where we are today. And that's what I want to talk about a little bit. Donald Trump is back in the White House. We all know that. It all could have turned out very differently. And thanks to I know if you're taking the time to come to Texas and to sit in this room and to listen to all of us, I have no doubt that every single one of you played a significant role in that effort and an outsized role in that effort. And you met the moment, and here we are today. Such a joy. You know, back a couple years ago, if you had the courage, which I bet every one of you did, to question if COVID came from a lab leak in Wuhan, you were censored, you were shunned, and the left called you crazy. But if you said, well, men can get pregnant, that was just being compassionate, right? Cultured and sophisticated. And if you dared to push back against the unconstitutional, invasive government mandates, you were met with the punishing power of the state. Under the progressive left regime, our founding heroes were cast as the villains in America's story. Monuments to great men like Washington and Lincoln and Grant were defaced and torn down. Men were totalitarian ideologies like Marxism were elevated in the place of our founding fathers. Divisive doctrines like DEI were infiltrating all aspects of American life, from the classroom to the corporate boardroom. Meanwhile, the last administration unleashed punishing inflation on American families. They flung open our borders. They invited an illegal invasion on our doorstep, and they created one of the worst humanitarian disasters in history. Our enemies were granted free rein across the map because they knew the last administration wouldn't do a thing to stop them. And who could forget Biden's humiliating, and may we never forget, Biden's humiliating withdrawal from Afghanistan, tragically taking the lives of 13 of the finest among us. During those dark days, President Trump saw what was happening to our country. He saw how day by day it was turning into something unrecognizable from the vision our founders intended, from the birthright that they risked everything to secure, and President Trump decided to do something about it. Now, it would have been so easy for him and for all of us, all of you, to lose faith, to give up, to say the fight is too tough and it is not worth the fighting. After all, President Trump's opponents tried to censor him. They tried to take away his freedom. They even tried to take his life. But they clearly didn't know the measure of the man that our president is. And besides, the Almighty had some other plans. Thank you, God. God spared President Trump's life so he could save our country and make America great again. And y'all, for 14 months of promises made and promises kept, what an honor to be in the fight alongside him as your 33rd Secretary of Agriculture. The honor of a lifetime. Today, the southern border is sealed shut. They didn't say it was possible. Criminal illegal aliens are rapidly being removed and getting a one-way ticket back to where they belong, their homes. American energy dominance is being unleashed. Our hemisphere is free from foreign influence again. And I don't know about you, but I do think that the Dawn Row doctrine has a really nice ring to it. What do you think? Our streets are safe again. Last year, we witnessed the largest decline in murders in United States history. The largest decline. Our schools are once again teaching our children to love America, and parents are free to send their children to any school where they can get an excellent education. God bless the warriors. Every single new job in this administration has been created from the private sector, not the government. It's incredible. This president is empowering hardworking patriots, not Washington bureaucrats. And the working families tax cuts, also known as the One Big Beautiful Bill, is the largest tax cut package in history and makes the largest investment in rural America in history. We're finally going on offense against the bad actors. We're finally rooting out the waste, the fraud, and the abuse. I think if you're going to take away just a handful of pieces of information from these last few days here in Dallas, Texas, I would ask this to be one, because you won't read about it much in the news. Since we started just over 1 year ago, we have moved 3.5 million people off of food stamps in 1 year. The American dream, the founders didn't fight and sacrifice everything for the American dream that included people being on food stamps. The idea is that work has dignity and you move into work, and these government programs are just for short periods of time for those people who really need them. And that is what we are effectuating every single day in Washington, D.C. Food prices are coming down. Eggs are way down, if you haven't heard the president talk about eggs. Eggs are way down almost 60%. Dairy is down 11%. Butter's down 13%. Fruits and vegetables down 2 or 3%. We have a lot more work to do on the affordability front, but we are making progress. And by the way, you'll hear this from Bobby in just a little bit. The idea that wages are up, food prices coming down, but we are making real food a center of our dietary guidelines and putting our farmers and ranchers back in charge. We are taking our nation's chronic disease epidemic head on, taking it on through our commitment to make America healthy again. Every day, literally every day, Bobby and I are working together to ensure that we are putting real food back at the center of American policymaking, which means putting farmers and ranchers back at the center of American policymaking, which means putting real food into our schools for our school children, and our military for our soldiers, and our hospitals for our sick people. Getting them real nutritious food is one of, I think, the greatest legacies of this president. And I will be very honest with you, Bobby and I didn't know each other before this work. We had talked a few times after he endorsed President Trump in August of 24, but not often. I was not expecting to be the Secretary of Agriculture, and he may have been hoping to be HHS, but I don't really know that that was in the cards either. But God had quite a plan, didn't he? We were sworn in and voted on and sworn in on the exact same day, February 13th of 2025. And what's even more amazing is all of the media reported that, next day's Valentine's Day, who's gonna get divorced first, not from our spouses, but from each other in the cabinet, who's gonna have the first big falling out? And there at the top of the wedding cake, like we were a bride and a groom, were Bobby Kennedy and me, which my mom thought was very cool, by the way. But Bobby Kennedy and me with a wedding coming in, the cake falling apart. There was no way that Bobby and I, according to the media and maybe other people, would eventually be able to work together because we came from such vastly different concepts and thoughts and ideas, and our paths had not ever crossed before. But instead, and when he comes out here, he deserves the most rousing, standing applause. That man is a warrior. He is so courageous, and he has given up everything to do this work. I'm so proud of him. So as we wrap up today, let me just say a couple of things. Those of you that know me, and I've had the great pleasure and honor of working with and alongside this organization for a lot of years, and have been to, I think the last one I was here was 2021, but my goodness, America looked vastly different. But I remember doing a conversation with Mercy, and we were sitting in the chairs and talking about that the fight for America and putting America first isn't over. It may seem dark, right? We had an election taken from us. We'd had so many things happen. A lot of people assumed the president was, going to jail or horrible things were going to happen. But I remember in 2021 on this stage talking about how together, building an infrastructure, having a vision, never giving up hope, meeting the moment that God had called us all for, that not only would we be able to take America back, but we would begin the long-term work to save the country, not just for today, not just for next month, not just for 2027, but for the next 250 years. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We've been studying the book of Exodus at my church for a while. And one of the stories, and God was so good with teaching us, Jesus through storytelling, that has stuck with me is the story of God calling Moses to lead his people to the promised land. And a lot of people know that story. I'm sure everyone in here does. But as we dug in deeper, what I didn't realize until we dug in deeper was that God called on Moses multiples of times. And Moses kept dodging the question, right? Like, "Ooh, I don't think so, God. I got other things to do. Ooh, I can't hear you. You're not loud. No, that's not me. I can't do that. I'm not ready for that. I don't have the capability of leading 2 million people out of slavery into freedom." And so what did God do? He lit a bush on fire. And he said, "Moses, I'm lighting a bush on fire. Hello, it's you." And for me, I know that hits really, really deep. And I am so inspired and understand that as we are called for the moment, as the bush, for some of us, the proverbial bush has been lit, as we have answered the call, as we work every day, 7 days a week, it is with your love and with your support and with your prayers and with your fight and with your battle and with everything that you all do to make this moment in our country's history possible. I just tell you to keep praying, keep working, keep fighting, keep supporting. We will never give up on America. We will never give up on freedom. We will never give up on liberty because of all of you. God bless you all. Thank you so much. God bless you.
conservatives, we believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. So it ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the violent criminals off the streets, make sure that the people that are going to re-enter society have a pathway to do so successfully, and that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues.
In 2022, the United States recorded an incarceration rate of 541 per 100,000 people, higher than any other major democracy.
The annual price tag is $182 billion spent on prisons, jails, probation, and parole.
Wrongful convictions remain common, separating families and costing lives.
The system is broken, expensive, abusive, and ineffective.
That's when I learned to fight. That's when I learned to fight and to uncover the injustices that happen. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction.
Troops in Iraq and Syria have been attacked 150 plus times by Iranian proxies.
I don't know anyone in the United States in the last 24 years who's been killed by radical Islam.
The truth is, these people are trying to divert your attention away from the real threat. The real threat is radical Islam. This is what you need to be paying attention to. Intentional misdirection. Shift the narrative, turn people against each other, blame the Jews, fuel Jew hatred, and distract from the real threat to America, radical Islam.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Defenders Against Darkness, Preventing Human Trafficking. Please welcome Director of the Center for Combating Human Trafficking, Frank Russo. Executive Director, White House Task Force on the FIFA World Cup, Andrew Giuliani. Founder of Freedom Fighters, Taylor Talley. And your host, CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
Good morning, CPAC. I mean, has this been just incredible? I mean, the energy in this room, it's been an incredible 2.5 days, and we're not done yet. Thank you all for joining us. We wanted to address, I know, we go from these really rallying-like speeches that Secretary Scott Turner and Secretary Brooke Rollins just gave, but as you all know, the work that we're doing at CPAC with our CPAC Center for combating human trafficking is such a critical issue for all of us, because this is an issue about humanity. It is an issue about saving our children. And so I brought with us some experts in this area and the work that they're doing. I'm going to start with Taylor first. Taylor, tell us about how you got involved in this fight in anti-trafficking on the anti-trafficking front.
Thank you, Mercy. So I have a unique background. I grew up on a carnival, aka a traveling amusement park, and I think that just exposed me to all walks of life, different environments, different people, and it kind of just trains you how to deal with all situations and trust your instincts. And then fast forward to my early 20s, I started a sport called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, self-defense. And
all right, we have some
people in here that train.
Yes.
So I live in Los Angeles and train at one of the top academies in the world. My professor is Cabrinha. And one day, a couple years ago, he just threw me into his kids' class. He's like, Taylor, I need you to learn patience. And I was like, okay. And so when I did that, I was like, oh my gosh, like, this is amazing that these kids get to learn at such a young age, not the physical self-defense. I'm not talking about the arm bars, the leg locks, the rear naked chokes. I'm talking about the values that come with it, like, you know, the situational awareness, the de-escalation tactics, the anti-grooming techniques, and something called morality. I think that's what's missing, and that's why the human trafficking is so prevalent right now.
Right.
And so I was like, you know, how can I bring the jiu-jitsu community into all over the country to teach these children in the poverty-stricken communities what these values are. So not just because it will protect them from exploitation, but to become better humans.
Right, and self-defense for the women in particular.
Absolutely.
And the girls.
Yeah.
Okay, so Andrew Giuliani, yes, the son of the great
Thank you.
former mayor of New York City. How much do we love Rudy Giuliani?
Thank you.
I had the great honor of working with Andrew in the first Trump administration, and now you're working with FIFA. And tell us, what is FIFA doing to help combat human trafficking? One of the biggest, if not the biggest, world event, sporting event that we've seen.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mercy, and it's great to be in the free and red state of Texas, I have to say, over here. Even as this might get a boo, but even as a New York Giant fan, I love Texas. That's okay. The reason why I bring that up, though, because I think the perspective is so important when we're talking about this issue, is about 130 million people watched the Super Bowl last month. 1.6 billion watched the last World Cup final. When we talk about these major global events, we obviously know it's a real hotbed for human trafficking and certainly sex trafficking as well. Running the White House task force on the World Cup, we have so many different initiatives, from safety and security to visa processing, making sure that we don't have illegals getting in around those processes, to the travel and transportation, to the legacy side of this. But the human trafficking and the anti-human trafficking might be one of the most important. I have to say, it starts first and foremost with the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. What he's done to secure the southern border, what he's done in terms of signing the Take It Down Act and the other pieces of legislation that he's done, increasing the funding for the National Human Trafficking Hotline, that really leads the way. And without his leadership, Mercy, we would not be able to do the work that we need to make sure that victims have the resources that they need, and frankly, that law enforcement have the resources they need as well. I know we're going to get into that in a minute.
How many of you have a son or daughter or a grandchild that's about 11 or 12 years old? Raise your hand. So that's the average age of a child that's human trafficked. Think about that. An innocent child, 11, 12 years old, that's been either smuggled into a country like ours, which President Trump has stopped, but truly, I mean, it is absolutely disgusting. They are raped multiple times. In many cases, they are put in these horrific situations, and it's why we have to be in this fight. And I have to say, Frank Russo, who was our director of our Center for Combating Human Trafficking has done an incredible job of uniting so many organizations in this fight. Tell us the successes that we've had. Tell us what's next in this fight.
Thank you, Mercedes, and thank all of you for taking the time to be with us this week. It is an important moment for our country when it comes to public safety. The other thing that President Trump promised was to make America safe again, and the reason is because for 4 years, our country didn't just have open borders. We had a problem where our law enforcement, our survivors were not supported. And the first thing we did at the Center for Combating Human Trafficking was meet with President Trump's administration and get that Take It Down bill passed into law. What does that mean? It means for the first time, social media companies, all of you have phones in your pockets, hopefully you're taking pictures, but those have been used to unfortunately exploit our children. And the first thing we did with the president and the first lady was pass a bill that held those tech companies accountable. Yeah. And that is what needs to happen across this country. So what have we been doing on top of that? And you said our successes. In this fight, we always talk about and have to frame the challenge of the problem, which is, yes, it's young children. Yes, for 4 years during that Biden administration, Mexico was the #1 seller of humans. And unfortunately, the United States was the #1 buyer. That's a tough sentence to struggle through. But here's where we are today. We started this project nearly 4 years ago exactly because of that. In that time, we've been to over 15 states, 8 of which have passed laws that allow human traffickers to go to jail for longer and allow survivors resources, funding, and opportunities to get back into their communities and break those chains of abuse. That's what success looks like.
Fantastic.
Taylor, your focus on getting this curriculum, the Freedom Fighters curriculum, into the schools to basically send warning, basically make awareness to these students on these are the markers, this is what you need to be worried about, right? If someone's trying to groom you, take you in you become a human trafficking victim. Explain briefly what that curriculum looks like.
Absolutely. So I want to start with saying our system is completely broken with this. They are trained to react, not to prevent. So Freedom Fighters Prevention literally teaches them to build a moral compass. And that is with the situational awareness, the anti-grooming, the de-escalation. With these tools, they'll be able to target and identify vulnerable situations. Because if traffickers and abusers, they don't randomly choose. They look for opportunity. So if we reduce the vulnerability, we reduce that opportunity.
Yeah, and human traffickers view children as commodities. Think about that. I mean, it is barbaric what they do to these children. We've met with human trafficking survivors, and the stories are just heartbreaking. And a lot of times it's these women that are, and even boys that are stuck in these horrific situations. And I think that's why President Trump, and we've seen the work that he's done in finding these missing children, which I believe is one of his biggest success. But a party that does not care about these children are the Democrat Party, because they're the ones holding up the Department of Homeland Security funding right now. And I want you, Andrew, to explain why their obstruction, the Democrats' obstruction on DHS funding has negatively impacted the work that you're doing at FIFA.
Absolutely. Well, beyond the human trafficking side of it, when you think of the work that ICE and HSI does to actually combat these human trafficking rings, we're talking about tens of thousands of human traffickers that ICE works on every single year to try to take down. So when the Democrats talk about, ICE basically coming in and doing terrible things, you realize that they're actually doing bad things to the bad people that need to have it done right there. But beyond that, for those of you that have traveled in, obviously TSA has been top of everybody's mind. For every single TSA agent who has quit or who will quit between now and whenever DHS opens back up again, they're not going to have time to be able to backfill them during the busiest travel summer in American history. Mercy, we're expecting over 5 million international travelers coming in. It's not just the World Cup, which is this mega event, as we talked about, which is a $30 billion economic output, but it's obviously America 250, Freedom 250, all those incredible events about celebrating our 250th birthday. We're expecting billions of cyber attacks this summer. CISA is not funded. Coast Guard supports all of our coast, but also the stadiums, all the areas around the stadiums on the coast that we need to make sure are safe and clear. They're not funded there. You can go on and on about this, Mercy, but really I point to the fact that Homeland Security investigations is not funded. That is so key in making sure we're going after those terrible actors that do those things to our young kids.
Hey, hey, you people out there from New York City, can you please elect another Giuliani in your city? Please. I mean, come on. I mean, they pick freaking Mondami. I mean, thank you. I've got a candidate right here. I'd take Giuliani. Come on, wake up. Giuliani for mayor. Let's move it.
I'm gonna be with him tonight, so he's gonna love to hear this positive message from you here, Mercy, and the crowd. So thank you.
Yes. All the Iranians are going to vote for you. Greg, walk us through what's next in this fight. What else do we need to do? What do we have to do to help these victims, ensure law enforcement is moving forward in the right direction, and what message we can do in sending to the White House as well? What more can they do?
Absolutely, and I want to start with the number one question I've gotten over the week is what are our Republican leadership doing to back us and the movement? And I have to tell you, last night, while a lot of us were sleeping or having fun out there, the House Republicans stepped up to fund DHS and get the job done while other Democrats were holding that hostage. So if you want to know what success looks like, it's supporting those Republicans who show up in the middle of the night to vote and will be here on this stage today. That's where it starts. It starts with action. We've talked a lot about it. It's great to see the success we had at the state level. We're grateful to President Trump and his team, including Andrew, who have helped us lead in this fight by passing bills that support survivors. But it can't stop there. It is an international problem.
Yeah.
But we can create an American solution. And it starts like this. We need you to get involved with us. It's if you are in your communities, join with us when we come to your cities and towns. Come to events. Ask your legislators where they stand on holding tech accountable, supporting survivors, and making America safe again when it comes to supporting law enforcement.
So that you know, CPAC, we work 24/7. So not only do we have CPAC Great Britain that's scheduled in July, that we're going to go help get Nigel Farage to the finish line and change and help the Great Britain. We are also holding our international summit for combating human trafficking in July in Washington, D.C. with all of our international partners. If this is an issue you care about, by all means, come join us. We really work hard on policy solutions, not only nationally, but internationally. Final thoughts here. What's our call to action? Taylor.
We are the freedom fighters of the next generation. We have to get federal legislation passed to make this a requirement in the schools. If we can have DEI in schools with Biden's administration, we can have a prevention program that works.
Perfect. Andrew.
I think it's just thinking about the members of your family that could be impacted by this, right? When I think about my child, think about your daughter, Mercy. I thought it was so impactful that you highlighted how many 12-year-old kids that you have right there. These are statistics, but every single one of these people are people. They have a story, they have a family. Could you imagine if that was your child, what you would do? So that's, I think, the real important.
Frank.
And at the end of the day, it's power in numbers. You all are here. You've shown that you're willing to come out. Do that in your communities. Tell your law enforcement, tell your public officials that you care about this issue, because the criminals are cowards. They will run when we shine the light.
Amen.
So please join us in July. We would love to see you on Capitol Hill, and we are going to create an American solution to this international problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you, team.
Congress stalls on AI. It's the states, red and blue, stepping up to protect Americans. Texas banned discriminatory AI and cracked down on deepfakes. Utah now requires you to be told when you're talking to AI. Tennessee's Elvis Act protects your voice and likeness. Montana, Florida, Arkansas, and Pennsylvania are all taking action. This is what Americans want. Across all ages and incomes, Americans are in support of states taking the lead and keeping families safe.
My parents fled corruption, violence, and persecution. And I was born in the greatest country in history. A nation built on truths our forefathers truly believed derived from our Creator. Truths first revealed through the Jewish people that shaped Western civilization. But those foundations today are under attack. So Generation Zion is mobilizing a generation throughout this country, training leaders, organizing campuses, building a movement to defend the biblical roots of our freedom. We are Generation Zion.
Our troops in Iraq and Syria have been attacked 150 plus times by Iranian proxies.
I don't know anyone in the United States in the last 24 years who's been killed by radical Islam.
The truth is, these people are trying to divert your attention away from the real threat. The real threat is radical Islam. This is what you need to be paying attention to. Intentional misdirection. Shift the narrative, turn people against each other, blame the Jews, fuel Jew hatred, and distract from the real threat to America, radical Islam.
Ladies
Wow, I love you, conservative activists, 6 a.m. on a Saturday, and you're raring to go. I know you don't need to hear this, Administrator, because you're a Southern girl, but why don't you give her a warm, red state America welcome? I know you don't love the fact that you're going to have to travel back to the swamp where Mercy and I live. It's it's what we have to do. It's what you have to do now. But when you go back there, tell them the people here just love what you guys are doing.
Well, you're absolutely right, Matt. I mean, this is why I get out across the country, so I can bring ideas from the private sector, from free enterprise, from our powerful grassroots back to Washington, and not the other way around. We're not bringing Washington out, we're making sure that your voice is heard. So thank you all for being here, and congratulations on an incredibly successful CPAC again.
Thank you. I think it was wise to bring CPAC to Texas. I don't know. I think this is right in the heart of where we need to be.
That's right. Don't mess with Texas.
That's right. First of all, is there anybody here from Poland? Look at this, they're all over the place. Just so you know, the administrator led the presidential delegation to go to Poland with this wonderful new conservative president of Poland, Mr. Nawrocki. We had a CPAC in Poland days before the election. Thank you for understanding that, yes, we're focused on America, but we have these allies that are so important.
Well, this was, let's hear it for Poland. I mean, President Nawrocki, this was an incredible experience. So the United States was the only presidential delegation to be at his swearing in. And this is an incredible country. It's a top 20 economic powerhouse that is sophisticated from defense to energy and is a great ally in NATO and a great country in its own right.
That's right. So, CPAC in Poland in October, you're welcome to join us, okay? The other thing that as we traveled to Poland and got to spend some time together with Mercedes, who's sitting there rooting you on in the front row, we also talked about how important faith is for you, how important faith is in this kind of coalition that's come together under MAGA, under President Trump. The great thing about those of us who believe that faith is important, we also understand that in America, you get to make all your own decisions on faith. This is the way it goes down. But for you, this is an important part of what you do.
Oh my gosh, it's everything. So I loved seeing Brooke Rollins, my dear colleague in the cabinet backstage that y'all just heard from. Her, Scott Turner, and I do Bible study along with many members of the cabinet every week. And we're studying Galatians right now. And since she gave you an Exodus verse, I'll give you a New Testament. In Galatians 5:13, it says, God wants us to be free, but we should not use that freedom for the flesh. We should use it in humble service for one another. And I think back to my upbringing on it's really important. It's why I'm here in public service. I grew up on a family farm that's now 5 generations. And when I thought about serving in Washington, it was about making sure that people that don't feel they have a voice actually have a voice in Washington. Mm-hmm. And I always go back to it when I'm fighting for something, and I say, how do I tell someone back home in rural America why we didn't get that done?
Well, one of the things you're getting done is you come from the business world, you have some fancy degrees, you've had a great career, but we had this toxic cancer of DEI slip in, right? When we really weren't looking, and it took over. And for you personally, this was repugnant. You're not a bigoted person, but by the same token, it's like business should be about business. What have you done to make sure that never comes back?
Well, I started working on it when I was in the U.S. Senate in 2020. I owned a WNBA team, and I was the only professional sports team owner that stood up against the BLM Inc. activism that was going on. It was clearly a Marxist movement.
You know what I called it the BLM HOA. It seemed like everybody running BLM had like a $5 million house.
Yeah, buy large mansions. So look, I stood up against it because it really had a Marxist ideology that had nothing to do with supporting diverse communities. It was really about a radical ideology, and I was not shocked to find out when we came in after 4 years of the Biden administration, the waste, fraud, and abuse, maybe we can talk about that too, but the DEI weaponization of the Small Business Administration. Now, I can't think of anything more free enterprise or any other agency that's more free enterprise than the SBA, but having DEI lending, Green New Deal lending, we've shut all that down, and we've gone, well, there's a lot more to do there on the waste, fraud, and abuse with non-citizens. So we just banned for the first time in the SBA's 72-year history the ability of foreign nationals to get SBA loans.
Wait. Go slower for those of us who would be shocked to know that under Joe Biden, say it again?
Foreign nationals, non-citizens, could get SBA loans, and we just shut that down. Now, LA County has threatened to sue me. So it's no surprise that LA County, you know, a California county, wants to put Americans last and put criminal illegals first. So they think non-citizens should be getting the SBA loans. So we put a stop to that.
That is, folks, this is why we all have to stay together and win in November, because this is the insanity of this Marxism that's crept in. And when we should take them at their word. When they say they want to do these things, like not have fossil fuels, right? And have you fuel your house with a windmill and ride a bike to work, like they're serious.
Well, it's actually happening. So I'm a proud resident of Georgia for 23 years, but in my home state, yeah, here I'm from Georgia. Yeah, we got some great Georgians.
I hope you lose in football, but I love your state otherwise, okay?
Well, and for the NCAA, I'm from Illinois, so.
There you go.
But essentially, you know, that state, fossil fuels are being shut down in that state, and that used to be a red state. So it shows you how quickly things can slip away and how blue states don't care about their small businesses, their rural communities, things like energy dominance, low electricity prices, low grocery prices. And that's why this administration is fighting so hard for common sense. These aren't political ideas. It's the idea of having energy security and food security being national security. And that's critically important as we look ahead to getting these prices that the Biden administration, 20% inflation, that still the president is fighting that back very successfully. We were at the White House yesterday with National Ag Week, had some great announcements on deregulation. The SBA made some announcements on the grocery guarantee to speed capital to our rural producers, our farmers, our truckers. And this administration is solving problems, but the Biden administration created real damage in our nation that we're working hard every day to fix.
I hadn't really thought about that, but what you're bringing to this job is a unique perspective. So yes, you're the small business administrator, but you're really like the rural business administrator as well. You know, so much of rural America is under attack, which coincides with what the woke and the DEI were all about, is almost making it hard to prosper in rural America.
Well, I'm so humbled to work with Secretary Rollins and to support her work for rural America. The SBA put out about $45 billion in lending last year at zero subsidy to taxpayers, by the way. That's why I say we're the most free enterprise, because we don't
get the money back.
We get the money back. But we put $7 billion out to rural America. And we're going to put more out this year because that is the area that that Democrats don't care about. I mean, if they cared about it, they would care about cutting regulations for farmers, which we just announced more dereg yesterday, cutting diesel exhaust fluid, the right to repair, making sure we're rolling back the trillions of dollars of regulation that the Biden administration exacted on us. And that's why we need people, business people, people who have been in the private sector, like the president, like myself, like Scott Bessent, others who understand the cost of this to hardworking Americans.
Okay, so I won't ask you who the smartest member of the cabinet is, because that could create awkwardness. I will tell you that she has to work with these people, right? So I will tell you that in our straw poll, we're going to ask who your favorite member of the cabinet is and who your second favorite member of the cabinet is. Don't answer now. You can answer in the straw poll. Make sure you vote. But when it comes to people like Kevin Hassett and Scott Bessent, these are some seriously able people.
Well, this is what President Trump does. He puts together leadership teams that are highly effective. Scott, Kevin, you look across the entire cabinet at each person's abilities and their skill sets, at bringing that to bear. But this is a president that has vision that extends far beyond 2016. This is a president who in 1987, 1988 was running ads that saying our challenges can be fixed in restoring manufacturing in this country if we have a backbone. Well, we finally have a president that has a backbone, and our nation is coming back, that had been hollowed out from manufacturing, and that's coming back.
I have to ask you something that's a little off topic, else. Okay. You know, my mom's sitting in the front row. She's going to be like, you got to ask her something surprising. But you did so much great work. You ran for office in Georgia. You were in the United States Senate. We look at the United States Senate, and we love, like, Rick Scott's going to be here. He's awesome. And Ted Cruz is going to be here, and he's awesome. But as an institution, it seems to be struggling somewhat with this idea that we should have voter ID to vote. Can you help maybe the ABCs for people to understand that in a democracy, you've got to be able to show who you are?
Well, it's so fascinating that in my home state, Senator John Ossoff requires a photo ID to get into his...
I heard a boo.
Right, to get into his rallies. You need a photo ID. So Democrats know photo ID is important, but they want to cheat, which is why they do not want to have voter ID, non-citizen verification, vote by mail eliminated. So look, this is common sense. I spent 4 years working on it in Georgia after 2021. And what we saw was it took hundreds of pages of new election laws to fix what was broken in 2020. It's vitally important. Only about 57% of the people in America vote. A big piece of that is because people don't trust the system. We have to rebuild trust. We're the only nation that lets this happen. And I am confident that this president will find a way to make sure that we have voter ID.
I want to underscore your point. something like, I don't know if Jerry's in the up closer, but it's something like 168 countries require photo voter ID. There are countries that have elections that we don't recognize because they don't have photo voter ID, yet we're having a real conversation that that's racist.
Well, they just want to cheat, so they're going to label it any way they want, and we all know that's not true. And look, President Carter's own commission 30 years ago said that mail-in ballots are the way that people cheat. And they were very clear. Now, they've backed away from that study 30 years later, but that's what a bipartisan commission found. So this is a critical issue for our nation, restoring trust and confidence, because nothing else matters. We can talk about the best policies, we can have the best policies, but if we can't find a way to enact them into law, that means having the right people in government, none of it matters.
So let's take this conversation as we conclude it to how we started it. If you don't believe in photo voter ID because you want to cheat, if you want to tell kids they're the wrong gender or that their parents are racist because they taught them to say the pledge, right, or sing the national anthem, it's all in the end about deceptions, propaganda, and untruth. Is that our most important mission to fulfill, to bring truth back to these conversations?
Yeah. And I actually think that's why everyone's here, because we are all seeking the truth, and it's foundational to our nation. That's why our nation was formed 250 years ago, and it just gives me chills to think we together, all of us, are forming the next 250 years, and we cannot do it without this fight, without staying true to the founding values of this country, the Judeo-Christian values, the biblical values, the 10 Commandments. Do not lie. Do not lie to kids about what's going on. Do not steal from the government, the taxpayers. You know, this is what it's about. This is the bottom line.
That's right. Well, I want you, as I said, I know it's an occupational hazard. You got to get on a plane and get back to the swamp. Let them know that the people of Texas are rooting them on. The people of America who are here in this room are rooting them on. Know that you're in our prayers. And we know that time is short and you got a lot to do, and I know you're going to get to it. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you all.
Do you know that Judicial Watch is one of the most widely supported public policy groups in the country? And there's a lesson there, isn't there, for politicians of both political parties. Fighting corruption is something the American people want. Democrat, Republican, most liberals, most conservatives. Who's in favor of corruption? Few citizens are. Politicians are another matter. And Judicial Watch is front and center in doing the work for you.
Hey y'all, we're Jessica and Jeff Robertson, and we've got some exciting news to share. We're joining the Great American Media family.
Our new unscripted series is a journey that takes us out of our Louisiana comfort zone and into a brand new chapter, expanding our roots to a ranch in Texas.
Along the way, you'll meet our kids, grandbabies, relatives, and a community who reminds us of what matters most.
We can't wait to invite you on this faith-filled adventure exclusively on Great American Pureflix, Great American Family, and GFAM+.
The headlines are loud, the narrative's even louder, but what's really going on? Spin, bias, half-truths, enough already. This is Unclassified, where we break down the headlines, expose the narratives, and ask the questions no one else will. No filter, no apologies, just truth. If you're tired of the noise, this is your show. Welcome. Unclassified, weekdays only on the Victory Channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dysfunction Junction, a Senate tragedy in its final act. Please welcome United States Senator Rick Scott.
Well, first off, good morning. How are you doing? It's wonderful to see so many friends. I want to thank CPAC for having me here. I want to start by thanking Mercedes and Matt Slapp for having me here. It's always great to be with all the CPAC crowd and see this is a great group of conservatives, and you give a damn about this country, so you should give each of yourself a big round of applause. So my wife is over here. She's from Dallas. She grew up here. So we lived here together 18 years. Both of our daughters were here. I love the slogan, "Don't mess with Texas." Now, I just arrived from a faraway land. That's really true. A land where people think voter ID is bad. Boo. A land where people think showing proof of citizenship to register to vote is bad. A land where it's apparently racist and sexist to require ID at the ballot box. A land where it's bad to say that illegals should be removed from the voter rolls. A land where people up there think it's okay for men to destroy women's sports. A land where it's okay to bankrupt the nation with trillions and trillions of dollars of debt. Where's that land? Washington, D.C. A land far removed from the reality of everyday, hardworking Americans just like you. In fact, at 2 a.m. on Friday, the Senate took a vote, which I opposed, that didn't fully fund ICE or Border Patrol, included nothing about the Save America Act. Now, all of us want to make sure TSA is fully funded. Basically, all of government should be funded. By the way, the Democrats got all their stuff back in January. But look, the deal was a bad deal. And here's the worst part. All these critical workers like TSA, they didn't get paid. Thank God for President Trump that he's going to get them paid, right? But who's getting paid? Congress. So Congress doesn't do its job to make sure everybody gets paid, but they get paid. So only in Washington were people that vote not to pay others would get paid themselves. And the people that didn't get paid make way less than congressmen and senators. But only in Washington, D.C. could this be done. No place else. Also, only Washington, D.C. is the only place in the country that people don't want voter ID, which 80% of Americans want. But only in D.C. is that hard to get done. as you just heard Kelly say. And by the way, you know, Georgia added this, and they said, oh, there was going to be fewer people voting, more people voted. Now, unfortunately, it's not just Democrats who are opposing this stuff. It's, you know, it's establishment Republicans who've been in Washington way too long, and they have lost touch with American voters. So these anti-voter establishment politicians make the case for why. What should we have? Term limits. In 2018, when I ran for the Senate, my first ad was about term limits. And Mitch McConnell asked me if that was going to be my only ad. So these anti-voter establishment politicians think it's more important to help their buddies that are lobbyists than their voters back home. So there are way too many anti-voter establishment politicians, not just in Washington, but actually all over the country. They get elected and they almost immediately forget about the voters back home and why they voted for you and what they said when they were running. So in true CPAC form, let's take a poll. So make some noise if you agree with this. Should we stop electing politicians who tell us big government is the answer? How about, should we stop electing politicians who are more focused on illegal aliens than hardworking Americans? Should we stop electing politicians that can't balance a budget? How about should we stop electing politicians that create all these programs that they know are full of fraud and abuse and do nothing about it? How about these politicians that vote for bigger and bigger government and less freedom for each of you? How about the politicians that think capitalism is a bad word? Now, here's reality. It's time for Washington to align itself with the people in this room. In this room, we have real American patriots. We have real Republicans. And we have hard-working Americans. Politicians in D.C. should align with us, not with their lobbyist buddies up there. Now, in November 2024, voters overwhelmingly elected President Trump because they wanted to see the agenda he ran on enacted, right? And voters across the country voted for Republicans who ran on the same agenda, the president's agenda. But now some of these people, once they're in office, some of these anti-voter establishment politicians have completely forgotten what they told the voters. Now, well, here's why. You don't know how we vote, right? You don't follow us. That's what they think. They don't think you have any idea what we vote on. Now, Trump ran on bold policies to secure a border, stamp out fraud, make sure elections were secure, and turn this economy around from the mess Joe Biden and all his cronies left us with, and his auto pen. By the way, have you seen the White House now? The picture of Biden just has the auto pen. It's really true. Yet Trump's agenda continues to get stymied almost every step of the way by Democrats and some so-called Republicans. Now, look, you and I didn't vote for President Trump so his agenda wouldn't get done, right? We didn't vote for him so his agenda would be blocked. So some people say there's nothing the Senate can do about it. That actually is not true. First off, don't you think it's time we pass this Save America Act? So, how about, should we keep our border closed and deport every violent illegal alien in this country? It's a time we get tough on China. They want to demolish our way of life. It's time we do what Trump said, put America first. Now, not here, but in D.C., this will be very controversial. But there's a way to get the president's agenda done. There's a way to help get every promise he made accomplished, everything he ran on in 2024. And you know how to do that? We need to blow up the filibuster. So, it's time we passed all of his common sense ideas with a simple majority vote. Now, the filibuster. The filibuster was never supposed to be used to stop a bill. It was actually never supposed to be used to stop a nomination. It was supposed to be used to allow a debate and then a simple majority voted. 51 votes, it passes. So I think it's time we actually stand up for what we all believe in and what Trump ran on. What we believe in is popular. What we believe in wins votes. We'll win in November with what we believe in, and actually what we believe in is absolutely right. It's time to stop allowing a few senators with Trump derangement syndrome from trying to stop every idea he has and pass his agenda. So who runs it? Who runs the Democrat Party? AOC and Mondami. The Democrat Party has been infiltrated by anti-Semitism and socialists who attack anyone. They attack all of us that have had any success in life. If you've had success in business, they hate you. Democrats hate capitalism. They hate businessmen. They hate businesswomen. I personally don't understand how could anybody that believes in capitalism and the free market system ever vote for a Democrat? So think about it. Socialism is running rampant in some of our not great cities. But Chuck Schumer is okay because he's afraid of a primary by AOC or Mondami. They're turning New York into New Havana. They're going to destroy the city of New York. Look, it doesn't just stop in New York. Let's look at the new governor of Virginia. Listen to this. Socialist Democrat legislatures in Virginia passed this anti-gun bill. But who did they create exemptions for? Themselves. So you can't exercise your Second Amendment rights, but they can. What's that sound like? Maybe communist countries. So government can be armed, but you can't. So think of communist China, Russia, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela before Trump got there. So this is what they're doing. They're destroying our freedom. Now, let's go to California. Gavin Newsom. So Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, they completely abandoned, there were wildfires out there in the Palisades. They completely abandoned the victims. So Ron Johnson and I are leading an investigation. We're going to find out exactly what happened with the Pacific Palisades fires. Now, I was governor of Florida. We had 4 hurricanes. We did after-action reports. I had nothing to do with them. The Department of Emergency Management did it. But Karen Bass, no, she hires a PR firm to help her alter the report to make sure she covered up the truth. Because guess what she did when the fire started? She went to Africa. She went to Africa, and there was no preparation to help these people with the Palisades fire. Killed 12 seniors, and you can't believe it. It's just empty. All these burnt-out homes, and nothing's getting built. Families can't afford to build, and people are homeless all over the place. So that's what's happening in socialist-run cities and states across our country. And Gavin Newsom, what's he doing? He's gallivanting all over the world. Goes to the World Economic Forum, does all this. And what's he's watching? Just like Hulk was doing in New York, they're watching their productive citizens get the hell out. They're coming to Texas, and they're coming to Florida. Because he just raises and raises and raises the taxes to pay for stupid ideas like the high-speed rail project to nowhere. So I got elected in December of 2010. In my first month in office, Obama had given the states some money for high-speed rail. So one of the first things I did is I killed it. So it was crazy. So I did that, and I got Republicans and Democrats, they all attacked me. But guess who took the money? California. So they took billions of dollars. Do they have its rail yet? Do they have trains yet? No, they have nothing but IOUs. We have to have meetings like this, and we have to get together because we cannot let the socialists run this great country. But guess what? Democrats know they can't win on their stupid, crazy, insane ideas. They can only win one way, and what's that? Cheating. That's why they're going to do everything they can to block the Save America Act. And they're going to do everything they can to make sure illegals get to continue to vote in our elections. We have to get the Save America Act passed. Now, probably like you, I grew up in a great country. I grew up in a country, the kid that grew up in public housing. I started working at the age of 7, so helped my family. I got married, Ann and I got married when we were 19 years old. I joined the Navy at 18, used the GI Bill, finished school. And only because of this great country, I got to open up businesses. Guess what my first business was? A donut shop. So I don't eat quite as many donuts now. But only in this country could a kid from nothing start businesses. Because of that, I was able to, because of this country, I got to build the largest hospital company in the world, to build a bunch of manufacturing companies. Eventually, I ran for office as a complete outsider. All the polls said I would lose. I was able to become governor and senator because this is a great country. So what Trump's doing is similar to what we were able to do in Florida. I was governor from 2011 to 2019. We cut taxes over 100 times. We got rid of about 20% of the regulations in the state. And guess what happened to our economy? It skyrocketed. I tried to get everybody to not come to Texas to come to Florida. I competed with Rick Perry every day. But Texas generally won. The only time I beat Rick Perry was the 2 years after he left. But we added 1.7 million jobs. And we became, with Texas, the 2 states that everybody wanted to move to because we had great economies. But guess what? Great economies don't last forever. You have to keep cutting taxes. You have to keep cutting regulation. You got to keep the cost of living low. You've got to encourage businesses all the time to come to your states. You've got to support the small businesses because that's the lifeblood of this country because it creates opportunities for all of our families. It takes work. Don't waste people's money. Money you don't have. You probably have to piss off a bunch of special interests and big companies that want to take all your money. They want government handouts. But this is what Trump's trying to do. He wants to build the greatest economy ever again. He knows that you have to constantly fight for the American dream. Because guess who comes along? People like Joe Biden and Barack Obama, who hate small business. They hate capitalism. They think government is the solution, not the problem. We know government is the problem, not the solution. Unfortunately, under the Biden years, we lost jobs. Right now in Florida, we've been losing jobs. The cost of living has gone up, the cost of housing's up, the cost of insurance is up, so it's very unaffordable. But guess who's working their butt off to fix it? President Trump. He's working every darn day. Now, if you get elected, you have to be vigilant. You have to do what Trump does. That guy is an Energizer bunny, works every darn day. And you have to fight every day because great nations don't automatically last forever. It's incumbent on all of us in Congress to help the president deliver. He's got to deliver now because these jobs are fleeting. Think about it. He only has, 2 years and 8 or 9 months ago? We got to balance the budget. We got to cut taxes. We got to limit all the fraud. That's almost every federal government program is full of fraud. And we got to get rid of all the crazy size of the federal government, all these regulations that take away our freedom. We need more freedom. We need less government. It's all doable. Trump's doing it. We did it when I was governor of Florida. We've got to throw out the filibuster so we can get all of Trump's agenda done this year. So let me just close with this. If you see a problem, who caused it? Government. Government probably caused most of your problems. Every place that Washington has gotten involved, it hurts your life, and it takes away your freedom. It hurts you. We have to fight for freedom every day. We don't need new laws that take away our freedom. Big government has made the cost of living explode. And think about it. Trump is busting his butt to get the costs down, but it's awfully hard when you had the inflation under the Biden years. So on top of what the Biden administration and Obama raising the cost of living, they just take away freedom after freedom after freedom. And they take away your chance and all of our family's chance to live the American dream. So Trump's fighting on inflation, but who's causing it? Government spending. Trump doesn't get to pass the budget, Congress does. The healthcare system is way too expensive. It's caused by government. Housing, childcare, almost everything is more expensive because of government. So how do we solve these problems? Stop asking government to fix it and get government the hell out of our lives. Now, we have to win in November. We have to win in November. We have great candidates who are up in November who believe in less government and more freedom. And they're running on Trump's agenda. We've got to make sure we bust our butt. So I love coming to CPAC because what you want to be is around people like you that care about this country and will put the effort in. I tell everybody, you have to work harder and harder and harder, but it is all doable. So let me finish by, I'm very appreciative to be invited here. I'm very appreciative of your support. God bless every one of you. God bless our country, and God bless our military that is fighting for freedom. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. سپاسگزارم. سپاس. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I had to overcome the flu the last couple of days, but I had to be here to be a voice of millions of my fellow Iranians. So I apologize in advance for my voice. I begin today in the memory of my fallen compatriots, the heroes of my country who have fought, bled, and died, not only for their own freedom and for the liberation of Iran from the clutches of an evil, depraved regime that has held us hostage for 47 years, but for the freedom, peace, and security of the world. When I speak of these heroes as they come off the streets from protests or as they prepare for the final battle, they often ask me, tell the world we are not just fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for them too. So it is in that spirit and in their honor that I ask you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine a free Iran. No more nuclear threats, no more terrorism, no more hostage-taking, no more closing of the Strait of Hormuz, no more blackmailing of the global community. Imagine an Iran that instead of exporting terrorism is promoting freedom. Freedom to its people, stability to its neighbors, national security and economic opportunity for the United States and the free world. Can you imagine Iran going from death to America to God bless America? Well, I too can, because I have seen the true soul of my people. Let's remember, on 9/11, one of America's darkest hours, when your enemies, and even some who claim to be your friends, celebrated those horrific attacks, the Iranian people did something the world wasn't supposed to see. They risked their lives to hold candlelight vigils in the heart of Tehran. They didn't do it for a camera. They did it for a friend in pain. That is the true face of Iran. Unlike the regime that worships death and destruction, the Iranian people celebrate life and liberty. That's why I can imagine an Iran that exports engineers instead of extremists, startups instead of suicide bombers, energy instead of hatred. I can imagine a Middle East where Iran is no longer a source of chaos, but an anchor of stability. An Iran that does not fear its people, doesn't threaten its neighbors, doesn't isolate itself from the world. Imagining this is not difficult, because this is exactly what Iran once was and what it can be again. When Iran is free, the Middle East changes. When Iran is free, America regains a great friend. A free Iran represents the single largest untapped economic opportunity of the 21st century. A nation of 93 million people, highly educated, entrepreneurial, and pro-West, finally unleashed. Over the next decade alone, a strategic US-Iran partnership could generate more than $1 trillion for the American economy. Imagine a new Middle East where Iran is a friend of Israel, where Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Where the Abraham Accords are extended into the Cyrus Accord. Named for Cyrus the Great, the Iranian king who issued the first Charter of Human Rights and whose vision of religious tolerance inspired Thomas Jefferson. Today, the Islamic Republic tramples upon Iran's millennia-old legacy of tolerance for religious minorities and wages war on them. In a country with the fastest rate of growth of Christianity in the world, the regime, the regime and its IRGC storm into and ransack underground house churches, detain and torture pastors, and persecute and execute evangelists and Christian converts. This is the Islamic Republic, not the true Iran, not the vision we have for the future. Under this vision, Iran, the United States, Israel, and our Arab neighbors are bound together in peace and prosperity rather than conflict and terror. A Middle East where we will be able to handle our own affairs and manage our own backyard, when we can put an end to the endless wars and allow our American friends to bring back their sons and daughters in uniform and focus where they want to, back home. A free Iran is not a fantasy. A free Iran is within reach right now. But as we all know, freedom never comes free. My compatriots have shown this. They are not asking for a handout, and they do not expect their freedom to be handed to them on a silver platter. The Iranian people have already paid an unimaginable price for their liberty. In January of this year, I called on my compatriots to go out and protest against a regime that has oppressed them for 47 years. Millions of them responded, igniting the largest wave of protests in Iran's modern history, sweeping every single one of our 31 provinces. On January 8th at 8 o'clock, they took their lives in their own hands and took to the streets to fight against the occupying regime. At that exact moment, Khamenei, Larijani, Ghalibaf, and the rest of their mafia shut off the internet. Under the cover of darkness, and with a depravity that shocked the world, they massacred more than 40,000 Iranians and injured over 300,000. They did not stop their terror on the streets. Wounded protesters were hunted down in hospital beds and shot in cold blood. Men and women were raped in secret prisons. Even nurses, ambulance medics, and doctors who dared to help protesters were tortured, raped, and killed. Families were forced to search through thousands of unmarked body bags, and the regime even charged grieving parents for the bullets used to kill their own children. To this day, mothers still search for their sons, and daughters still ask where their fathers will come home. To this day, 29 days to be exact, Iranians have been cut off from the world with almost no access to the internet. Fearful of my courageous compatriots, Khamenei Jr. and his cabal of criminals have dragged Iran from the 21st century to the dark ages. They are afraid that when they do, the world will again see the defiant will of a nation united and determined to topple it. Life can never go back to normal. There is a sea of blood between the people and the regime. After all the massacres, after all they have sacrificed, they will never agree to swap one tyrant for another. And another anti-American tyrant will not serve American interests either. The only thing that the remnants of this regime can be relied on to do is to buy time, to cheat, and to steal. They will never be honest or true partners for peace. President Trump was right when he said, we don't want to come back every 2 years. But if a faction of the regime is left in power, that is exactly what will happen. It will buy time. It will pretend to negotiate. And then it will return to its old jihadist ways of threatening America, its security, and its interests. They might promise a short period of artificial calm, but it would inevitably be followed by the same terrorism, the same nuclear blackmail, and the same cries of death to America. Because the truth is simple. The Islamic Republic cannot reform itself. You cannot reform a snake. Venom is in its DNA. This extends to the corrupt and brutal thugs of the IRGC, because the IRGC is not Iran's national army. Indeed, it does not even have the word Iran in its name. It is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It serves its own poisonous ideology of terror and not Iran's national interests. So it can certainly never be a partner to serve America's interests. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have 4 minutes left. I'm halfway through my speech. The only path to lasting peace and stability runs through a clean break with this regime. For the first time in 47 years, President Trump's strategy has given us a real chance to achieve that outcome. For decades, every American president since Jimmy Carter chose to try to manage this looming threat rather than resolve it. Each of them has failed. They have only made the problem worse. The result has been more dead Iranians and more dead Americans. So the mullahs operated on the assumption that America didn't have the stomach to confront them decisively. That assumption began to collapse when President Trump ordered the strike on Qasem Soleimani. And once the meet, and once the myth of the regime's invisibility was shattered, possibilities began to move in a different direction. Operation Midnight Hammer and Epic Fury have done something extraordinary. The killing of Khamenei and many of his henchmen, the destruction of more than 80% of the regime's ballistic missile arsenal, and the obliteration of the nuclear sites have leveled the playing field. This did not happen by accident. It happened because of President Trump's resolve and the courage of American troops. And on behalf of millions of Iranians, we thank them. Their sacrifice was not in vain. For the first time in nearly half a century, the Iranian people have a fighting chance to end this regime of terror and chaos. The regime's repressive machine has been degraded, its terror network cut off, and its leadership decimated. But for this all to be worth it, the sacrifices of both Americans and Iranians, for the goodwill between our two people, which you see on vibrant display here today, to continue, we must finish the job. This regime in its entirety must go. If we do not finish the job and leave a rump of the regime in place, the threat posed by this Islamic Republic will not be solved. It will only be made worse. Those who have spent 47 years sowing chaos cannot be trusted to bring about stability. Terrorists cannot be trusted to bring peace. If they are left in place, they will bring only more of the instability, chaos, and destruction they have brought for 47 years. They are not pragmatists. They are thugs. They are not deal makers. They are agents of chaos. But the other path, the path which finishes the job once and for all, will leave a legacy of peace and prosperity that historians and scriptwriters could only dream of. That legacy will belong to the heroic people of Iran and to the only president of the United States who had the courage and the character to see this mission through. Today, that is the precipice on which we stand, the precipice of true greatness. Iranians are ready to play their part. The final blow will be delivered by the people of Iran themselves. They are already on the ground, and they have already demonstrated their extraordinary courage. They are ready to fight again, but they must be given the chance to do so. As President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and myself have urged, they are taking shelter while the bombs are falling. But when the right moment arrives, as in January, I will call on them to rise up again. And when they do, I have no doubt they will put an end to the dark chapter of the Islamic Republic once and for all, and reclaim their homeland, their dignity, and their future. But bringing down a regime is only the beginning. What matters next is whether the nation can unite around a leader with broad legitimacy. Across Iran and throughout the diaspora, millions of Iranians have called on me to lead the transition to democracy. Thank you. I have accepted that call, not to serve myself. I have accepted that call not to serve myself, but to serve my nation and my people. In recent years, I have unified a broad coalition of dissidents, Republicans and monarchists, left and right, men and women of all ages, religions, and ethnicities. Even people who were former political opponents have joined the movement to free Iran under my leadership. Equally important, Iran's armed forces and bureaucracy will follow me. Thousands of the regime's military officials, some very senior, have signed their readiness to join me through a digital defection platform my team established several months ago. Many of these officials have refused to obey the orders to kill civilians during the January uprising. That's why the IRGC had to import thugs from Afghanistan, Iraq, and Lebanon to do the dirty work. With my leadership, they and others who don't have blood on their hands will play a role in stabilizing the country during the transition. Iran is not Iraq. We will not repeat the catastrophic mistake of de-Baathification. There will be no dissolution of bureaucratic institutions, no power vacuum, no chaos. The transition will be orderly, and my team of experts have produced a detailed plan called the Iran Prosperity Project, or IPP. This is a roadmap for national recovery, including the first 100 days after the regime's collapse and the long-term reconstruction and stabilization of our country. What we ask of America now is simple: stay the course. Do not throw this crumbling regime a lifeline. Pave the way for the Iranian people to finish the job. Because freedom is not an American story alone. It is the story of all people who refuse to live on their knees. It is the story America wrote in 1776. And today, it is the story the Iranian people are writing with their courage and sacrifice. We prefer to die standing than to live kneeling. Thank you. So, 2026 marks the 250th birthday of the United States. It is my hope and my belief that history will also remember 2026 as the year of Iran's rebirth. What my people are fighting for is the rebirth of our 2,500-year-old civilization. When the black page of the illegitimate Islamic regime is turned, that is the transition and heritage to which Iran will return. So in 2026, our two nations are reaching for a new chapter, both determined to be great. President Trump rightly observed that the Iranian people are the Iranian regime's longest suffering victims. He told them, the hour of your freedom is at hand, and they are already ready to meet this moment. The Iran story is not yet finished. Great civilizations outlast even the most vicious occupiers. With your help and with the courage, sacrifice, and heroism of Iran's greatest youth, our best latest chapter is being written right now. When it is done, a free and democratic Iran will stand alongside the United States as a partner, an ally, and a friend. Thank you. President Trump, thank you. President Trump is making America great again. I intend to make Iran great again. So, together with my brave compatriots, that is exactly what we will do. Thank you. God bless America and lovely Iran.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country,
but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We've just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Do you want to be part of saving America? This is your call to action. The megaphone is yours. Join CPAC and take your place where the real action happens, behind the scenes of the conservative movement's most iconic force. You won't just learn politics, you'll live it. This is your launch pad. This is your moment.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP.
In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Taking the Profiteering Out of Pain, a speech from Director of the National Institute of Health and Acting Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Jay Bhattacharya.
Hey, everybody. That was a tough act to follow. What an amazing speaker. But I want to tell you a great story about how we can make America healthy again. And I'm going to begin with a perspective from 1944 that still challenges us today. There was a man named Vannevar Bush. He wrote a book called The Endless Frontier that warned that the scientific progress in the United States was becoming unevenly distributed. Too much research capacity, argued, was concentrated in a small number of institutions. He called on the federal government not just to invest in science, but to build a system that expanded opportunity across the country. And for 80 years, we've answered that call with extraordinary commitment. I've been now to the great scientific institutions of the country, and I've seen American scientists just devoted to the cause of discoveries that will make America healthy again. And the U.S. has built the most advanced biomedical enterprise in the world. And it's anchored by an institution that I lead called the National Institutes of Health. We are, in the United States, the global leader in biomedical research. The NIH supports 80% of all biomedical research conducted around the world. And with that leadership comes responsibility. If the U.S. steps back from leadership in biomedical research, emerging technologies, and global health, we risk ceding that leadership to others, particularly China, whose governing values, ethical frameworks, and strategic priorities differ from ours. I'm telling you today that we are at a Sputnik moment. The Chinese biomedical research enterprise is challenging American supremacy. You heard earlier in this conference from others who have told you about how the Chinese have taken big advances in their biomedical research enterprise. Many Americans receive their medicines from factories that are in China. The newest therapies for cancer, genetic diseases, they use Chinese manufacturing and expertise, even though the underlying ideas were created by American scientists and funded by American taxpayers. Boo, yes. Leadership in science, then, is not just about innovation. It shapes the standards for transparency, for data use, the very protection of human subjects, and global access. But the good news is, under President Trump's leadership, the NIH will continue to see U.S. standards set for the entire globe so that we can protect human subjects while making America healthy. We have to make sure that the work we do here in the United States sets the standards for the world, grounded in openness, scientific integrity, and respect for human dignity and human rights, rather than allowing them to be defined elsewhere. Thank you. In 2025, the NIH invested almost $50 billion in biomedical research. And I'll tell you, it's no longer Tony Fauci's NIH. That investment has led to discoveries that has transformed medicine and saved millions of lives. The NIH-supported research has turned HIV into a manageable condition and is enabling gene therapies that can cure sickle cell anemia, improve cancer treatments and outcomes, prevent and treat heart disease and rare disorders. We are on the verge of a century where American biomedical leadership and American investments in science will pay off in making the lives of every single American better. I'll tell you, as NIH leaders, it's not just an abstract thing. I've seen how, for instance, baby KJ, a toddler born with a rare genetic condition that would once have been a death sentence, I've seen how NIH-funded research has led to a discovery by American scientists to replace the genes that were making him sick and then correct the underlying defect so that he will live a long and healthy life. That is what biomedical leadership looks like. It's delivering health for the American people, and that is what President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are all about. Today, we face a new challenge, and it's not just how much we invest, and it's not just China. It's how we translate the investment that we make, that the American people make in research, to better health for the American people. Because despite all our scientific progress, I know that we are in the middle of a chronic disease crisis, that medicine costs far too much, and the advances that we've made have not translated over for the benefit of the American people the way they really should. Rates of cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, and other conditions continue to rise. And these diseases account for the vast majority of healthcare costs in the United States. The way to solve the budget deficit is by making America healthy again. So if we're serious about the future of this country, we must confront the reality directly. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are spot on again. That means we must build a biomedical innovation research enterprise that moves faster, reaches further, and delivers real results for patients. It means we must hold ourselves to the highest standards of scientific rigor in everything we do. Today, I want to talk to you about how we can do that through two complementary strategies. First, by introducing a more market-based approach to how we support scientific research. And then second, and this sounds geeky, but it is really, really important, how we can take existing drugs and find new ways to use them so that we can solve some of the most difficult health problems of Americans. Let me start by talking about how we can fund science. Currently, the NIH funds science by blending together two components. One is support for scientific ideas for research projects themselves. The other is support for the research labs of the country, often referred to as indirect costs. Includes administrative systems, shared research support. Over time, what's happened is that this structure has created a reinforcing cycle where as an institution that attracts top scientists, they win more grants, and then that also brings support for the institution. What that's led to is a concentration where only 20 of our top institutions get about a third of all NIH money. And it's bad for science, and it's bad for the country. There are scientists, amazing scientists with ideas that will make Americans healthier everywhere across the country. And we have to find ways to make sure that they get supported. I've worked very hard over the last year to make sure that we remove DEI from the NIH. We remove... And I'll tell you, what I've found is that American scientists want to make America healthy as long as they are given the opportunities to do so. So the idea then is to directly tie the research grants of the country. They'll compete for those grants, and we introduce competition for those in a way that hasn't been there before. And for the research institutions of the country, for the lab support, the administrative services, we need to make them market-based competition. They need to be competition based on costs. If you separate out the competition for the awards, the research scientists, we go identify the scientists and fund those great ideas, and then the institutions compete for the institutional funds, and then we essentially create a portal where the scientists themselves lead the way rather than any woke institution. By introducing science, by competition to this country, we will supercharge the biomedical research infrastructure of the country and focus it on the most important challenges in medicine. The awards then will be transparent and really ground-shaping. Now, let me move my second theme, which is repurposing drugs. Taking drugs that already exist, because that is how we actually can address some of the high costs of medicine in this country. Let me give you a couple examples. Now, drug repurposing, I should say, is a straightforward concept. We take an existing FDA-approved drug, investigate whether it treats a different disease. Then, the FDA can consider approving an additional indication for marketing authorization for that product. Examples of this are already reshaping American medicine. A drug for type 2 diabetes called metformin is now widely used to treat polycystic ovary syndrome. It's a cheap drug that can make the lives of so many women better. A drug once prescribed for morning sickness, thalidomide, and actually caused a huge scandal when it was used for the wrong thing, is now used as an important therapy for blood cancers like multiple myeloma. Even a common beta blocker for hypertension called propranolol can act as a safer replacement for toxic treatments for kids with vascular tumors. Huge problems can be addressed with medicines we just already have, if only we had the research to actually figure out what they can be used for. Developing a drug from scratch takes decades and can cost billions of dollars. It's a high-risk process with significant risk of failure. Repurposing changes that equation. The drugs have already passed safety evaluations. Their biology is understood. Manufacturing pathways already exist. That means we can move faster. We can reduce the risk, and we can deliver gold standard scientific results more efficiently. From this perspective, stewardship is essential. Many FDA products are built on decades of NIH-supported research. The molecular targets, the biological pathways, all the geeky things that the scientists at the NIH do, that's the basis for all of these ideas. We then repurpose the drug, extend the value of that investment, and maximize the return for taxpayer dollars. And we can accelerate the delivery of therapies for patients who really need them. This is especially important for something that Secretary Kennedy always talks about, the chronic disease crisis in this country. These conditions often require long-term management and impose significant sustained costs affecting millions of Americans. Faster therapeutic development, then, can have an immediate impact not just on public health, but can actually help solve the budget deficit. Drug repurposing, then, serves as a critical role in areas where traditional market incentives fall short, such as rare diseases. By lowering costs, it creates a viable pathway for innovation where none might otherwise exist. And we're already seeing promising examples. Researchers are investigating whether a shingles vaccine, a vaccine that I took a while ago, might actually reduce the risk of Alzheimer's disease. Cancer medications are becoming explored as potential treatments for macular degeneration. You can cure blindness by a drug that already works for cancer. The efforts are grounded in scientific rigor, supported by existing data, and accelerated by the ability to move more quickly into advanced clinical trials. Now let's consider the power of combining the two approaches: market-based competition for funds for research, along with the use of repurposed drugs. What we'll come up with then is a system where scientists have the flexibility to pursue the best environments for their work, where a research portfolio prioritizes strategies that delivers faster, more reliable, more affordable outcomes for the American people. That is a system designed to confront the chronic disease epidemic head-on and meet the challenge of the Chinese biomedical research enterprise that I mentioned earlier. So, none of this replaces the importance of foundational science. Discovery research remains essential. It's the engine that drives long-term innovation. But we must pair that engine with systems that ensure that we are translating the discovery as effectively as possible. We must make sure that the investments reflect not only excellence and responsibility, but also the values of the American people. We can't do it the way China does it, with the risk to human subjects and the violation of rights that they have. We have to do this the American way, with respect for human subjects and respect for the values of the American people. And the patients of this country, we have a responsibility to them. They're waiting for better treatments. And we have a responsibility to future generations to take the American taxpayer investments in the NIH and deliver solutions that will last forever and address the most challenging problems of this country. So if we embrace market competition, we will win the race to be the leading nation in biomedical research in the 21st century, which is a central goal of the present, and we will do it the American way. 80 years ago, Vannevar Bush challenged us to build a scientific enterprise that served the entire country. We today have an opportunity to strengthen that system for a new era. By embracing market-based approaches, by advancing drug repurposing, and are committing ourselves to scientific rigor, getting rid of DEI and all the other nonsense, I'm telling you that we will rise to the challenge before us. You remember what President Trump and Secretary Kennedy is leading us toward: to make America great again. And to do that, we must make America healthy again. And thank you so much for your consideration. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
God bless Texas. And God bless President Donald J. Trump. In the last 15 months, we have won historic victories across the nation. As we gather today on the occasion of our nation's 250th birthday, I want to take a moment to reflect on who we are, and what we believe. You know, there was a moment last year where the clarity of what we believe was crystal clear. We had a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing. President Trump had nominated an individual to serve in the State Department. I came into the questioning just as Democrat Senator Tim Kaine, not a crowd favorite, was questioning him. And this Trump nominee had said in his written testimony that he viewed his obligation as defending the God-given rights of Americans. And Tim Kaine responded and said, that the idea that our rights come from God and not government, he said, is a radical and revolutionary idea. He said that's the kind of idea that theocrats in nations like Iran believe. And in America, he said, we don't believe our rights come from God. Now, I got to admit, I had a whole set of questions that I was prepared to ask. And I promptly threw them aside. I was speaking shortly thereafter, and I said, you know, just minutes ago, Senator Kaine said the idea that our rights come from God was a radical and revolutionary idea. He's right. It also happens to be the founding principle upon which our nation was created. And I said to the folks listening and watching, if you don't believe me, maybe you would believe another Virginian who penned the immortal words, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator, not by government, not by the DNC, but by God Almighty, with certain unalienable rights. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Jefferson continues that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men and are just with the consent of the governed. To secure. Who are we as a nation? Our rights, they're not given to us by any federal official. They're not given to us by any state. They are given to us by the Lord God Almighty. Who are we and what do we believe as conservatives? We believe that the United States of America is the greatest nation the world has ever seen. We believe that freedom is powerful and liberating and is a fundamental right of every human being. We believe that the American free enterprise system is the greatest engine for freedom and prosperity the world has ever seen. And we believe in American strength and leadership, that America is, as Ronald Reagan put it, a shining city on a hill. Now let's talk about those principles put into action. We have three core priorities to focus on in any given election or in any given governmental action: jobs, freedom, and security. Let's take those one at a time. Let's start with jobs. The Republican Party is and should be, I believe, the party of jobs. Now, where do jobs come from? They don't come from Washington, D.C. They don't come from bureaucrats. They come from the men and women here. They come from small businesses putting capital at risk to meet a need. But although government doesn't create jobs, boy, can it screw them up. Many times, I have suggested that Gavin Newsom should be named the Texas Realtor of the Year. Because nobody in history has sold more homes in the state of Texas than Gavin Newsom. And by the way, Comrade Mondami is the Florida Realtor of the Year. If you look across the country, it is not subtle. Big blue states with high taxes and high regulations that hammer the living daylights out of small businesses, every one of them, their populations are fleeing, and they are fleeing to red states with low taxes and low regulations where small businesses can grow and prosper. And yet, what did today's liberals say? They say, let's make America more like California and New York. Let's have high taxes and high spending and high debts. And I want to say, within the conservative movement, the question of what do we believe is important as well. In many ways, the most important political shift of the last decade is the Republican Party has become a blue-collar party. It used to be conventional wisdom that Republicans are the party of the rich and Democrats are the party of the poor and working class. I'm not sure that was ever the case, but it sure as heck isn't the case now. Today, the Republican Party is the party of truck drivers and steel workers and cops and firefighters and waiters and waitresses and the men and women with calluses on their hands who go to work every day and provide for their families. And the Democrat Party is the party of rich coastal elites, effete leftists sipping soy lattes with their pinkies in the air. And I will say, within our movement, there is also a debate about whether we believe in small government and limited governmental power and individual liberty, or whether we believe in big government and high taxes and a nanny state. Let me be clear, some in our party who call themselves populists, I agree with them. I am very much a populist. You look at every election I've ever run. When I launched my campaign for Senate 14 years ago with a lot of the men and women in this room, nobody thought we had a prayer. We started at 2%, and there are a lot of the original 2%ers who are gathered here right now. And all of the money and special interest was on the other side. But this was a populist revolution in Texas, and we went from 2% to winning the primary by 14 points and winning the general by 16 points and shocking the hell out of Washington. But the people who are urging our party, the way to be populist is to embrace high taxes and high regulation and government power. The people who say, we're conservatives, but we're big government conservatives. I'm here to tell you, you're not being a populist if you're advocating for the policies of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. A lot of the folks here were here on the ground also at the founding of Turning Point USA. We remember a T-shirt and a slogan, socialism sucks. That was true then, and it is true now. And as the son of a Cuban refugee who was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba, communism is evil and socialism is a disaster. And let me say, in terms of our record of success, last summer we passed the Working Families Tax Cut Act. That bill has more conservative victories in it than any legislation that has ever passed into law. We invested over $100 billion into securing the border, the largest investment in border security in the history of America. We invested over $150 billion in rebuilding the military because we live in a dangerous world. We passed the largest tax cut in American history, over $4 trillion. We made the Trump tax cuts permanent, and we passed new tax cuts, including no tax on tips, which I'm the author of. I wrote No Tax on Tips. And no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. That's what it means to be a populist, to empower people to take government off their backs and stop taxing their tips and their overtime and their Social Security and let them provide for their families. And I will tell you, in that bill, there are two provisions that I'm most proud of. You know, in April of last year, we did a retreat of all the Senate Republicans. And I stood up in front of my colleagues. I said, listen, there are lots of things that are really important in this bill that we care about. Border security, tax cuts, the military, all of that, very, very important. But I said we ought to pause for at least a second and ask ourselves, think about legacy. Ask ourselves what will be remembered from this bill in 10, 20, 30 years. And I said, if I can, I'd like to humbly suggest two possibilities. Number one, school choice. And number two, what are now called the Trump accounts. Both of those provisions are in the bill, and both of those provisions I wrote into law. School choice, we passed the single most far-reaching federal school choice bill that has ever been enacted that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars of scholarships to low-income kids, to kids in failing schools all across America. And 10, 20, 30 years from now, there are going to be millions of kids that escaped failing schools where they weren't learning to read, they weren't learning to write, they were facing violence, and instead they got an education and they have a chance to achieve the American dream. That's what it means to deliver real results that impacts this country. And then the Trump accounts. Starting on July 4th of this year, our nation's 250th birthday, every child in America will have a personal investment account open for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents, families, employers can contribute up to $5,000 each year in a tax-advantaged account. And all of that will be invested in the stock market, the S&P 500. Now, there are two massive advantages to that. Number one, every child in America is going to experience the benefits of compound growth. Look, a lot of the people here understand what compound growth is all about, but nearly half of Americans don't own a single stock or a single bond. And our kids now, if they're investing, if parents or family or employers are investing $5,000 a year, within just a couple of decades, our kids will have hundreds of thousands of dollars in personal investment accounts that they own and they control. And we're not talking just the kids of rich people. We're talking the kids of single moms waiting tables who suddenly their babies will have the resources to buy a home, to get an education, to start a business. But secondly, even more exciting, we are going to create a whole new generation of capitalists. Listen, every one of us has seen the sorry statistics of young people who are losing faith in free enterprise, who think that socialism may be a good idea. Well, 10 years from now, a little boy is going to pull out his cell phone and he's going to look at the app of his Trump account. And he's going to say, wait a second, I own $100 of Apple. I own $50 of Boeing or $75 of McDonald's. And suddenly, instead of corporations being these mean, evil things that he's told he should throw bricks at and want to burn down, he's got skin in the game. And our children will be the owners of the largest employers in America. That's what winning as a conservative looks like. All right, let's talk freedom. You look at the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Thomas Jefferson referred to our Constitution as chains to bind the mischief of government. Many of y'all know my father, Pastor Rafael Cruz. He has referred many times to the Constitution and Bill of Rights as the most inspired documents ever written by the hand of man, other than the Bible, the most consequential documents in the history of humanity. Every one of us has an obligation to defend free speech. And to defend free speech, not just for those who agree with us, but those who disagree with us. Everyone, I will defend the rights of people who think I'm a son of a bitch to say I'm a son of a bitch. Because that's what free speech is all about. When it comes to religious liberty, there is a reason religious liberty is the very first clause in the very first amendment to the Bill of Rights, because our entire freedom is built upon the right to seek out the Lord God Almighty with all your heart, mind, and soul without government getting in the way. And the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, there's a reason it is right after the first. Because it is fundamentally about the right to life, the right to protect your children, to protect your family. It is fundamentally about ensuring that sovereignty remains with we the people and not with the government. And then there's security. Under Joe Biden, we saw an invasion of this nation. More than 12 million illegal immigrants came into this country, the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history. And the people in 2024 said, enough, end it, and end it now. And when President Trump was sworn into office, illegal border crossings have dropped more than 99%. So what does that mean? Why does that matter? All across the country, the murder rate has dropped 20%. The rate of drug overdose deaths has dropped 20%. It is literally the case that there are thousands of Americans who are alive right now today because President Trump was reelected and because we have a Republican Senate and Republican House and we've secured the border and we're deporting illegal immigrants and murderers and gangbangers and child rapists and getting them the hell out of our country. And to give you a sense of just how radical and extreme the Democrat Party has been, we just saw this week that it is the position of the Democrats that every single one of them refuses to pay even a penny to fund ICE to deport criminals. The Democrat Party today is a party of hatred of Donald Trump and open borders. And by the way, if you want to know who they are, listen to Chris Murphy, the lefty Democrat senator, who said on television, he said, the people who we care about the most, and by we, he meant Democrats, are illegal immigrants. That is their party. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Even though every Democrat is a hard no on funding border security, we are going to come back, we are going to take up another reconciliation bill, and we are going to fund ICE and Border Patrol for 10 years. And the consequence of Elizabeth Warren and the rest of these commies is we're going to increase the funding for ICE and Border Patrol when we do that. Because if they will not defend the citizens of this nation, we will. And let me say right now, we also should stand together right now and pass the Save America Act. We need to force every Democrat to do a talking filibuster, to stand and talk and talk and talk like Jimmy Stewart in Mr. Smith's Goes to Washington, like I did in 2013 for 21 hours against Obamacare. And when they talk and talk and talk and can't talk anymore, then we will pass the Save America Act. And let me say, looking abroad when it comes to security, we have seen the difference between a weak commander-in-chief and a strong commander-in-chief. Joe Biden came into office in 2021. He inherited a world with peace and prosperity. And he was weak and feckless, and what happened? We saw war break out all over the globe. We saw Russia invade Ukraine, and we saw October 7th as Hamas invaded Gaza. Tragically, they do. And that is the consequence. The reason for those wars is because Joe Biden was so weak that our enemies were not afraid of him. The left believes the way you avoid war is through weakness. There is a reason that nobody goes and studies and gets a degree at the Neville Chamberlain School of Foreign Affairs. Appeasement does not work. And if you want an object lesson on what a strong commander-in-chief looks like, take a look at the current resident of the Oval Office, President Donald J. Trump. Today, we have a greater chance that in the next 6 months we will see a new government in Venezuela, in Cuba, and in Iran. Than any time in our lifetimes. And look, I will admit there are 1,000 ways that could go wrong. But this is what happens when you see American strengths. And there are people that are trying to say Donald Trump is an isolationist. Anyone saying that has been in a coma the last 15 months. I will tell you this, at 3 a.m. on January 3rd, when our Delta Force apprehended Maduro, every Latin American dictator had to change his shorts. And America is safer, and the world is safer when the president is strong and our enemies are afraid of him. Let me finally say this, wrapping up. I look across this room. By the way, a lot of folks online were saying this room was empty. It ain't empty now. And I am encouraged by the men and women who are here because you are rising up to fight to defend our country. I will tell you, the left, they want to win in November. They want to take the House. They want to take the Senate. They want to impeach the president. They want to open the border. They want to defund the police. They want to tear this country down. And I am encouraged because each of you, because I am gathered with warriors who are fighting for liberty, who know what you believe and who know what you are fighting for. And I want to say, equip yourself. Many of you know I do a podcast 3 days a week. It's called Verdict with Ted Cruz. We have millions of listeners across the country. I want to ask each of you to pull out your cell phone right now and text the word verdict to the number 24005. Let me give that to you again. The number is 24005. Text the word verdict, V-E-R-D-I-C-T. What you will get back is a link to subscribe for free to the podcast. And 3 days a week, it'll be downloaded to your phone. And the reason I do the podcast, today's podcast or yesterday's podcast, I finished at 3 in the morning. The reason I do it is to tell you what's going on, to bring you behind the scenes on the battles in the Senate, on the battles in the White House, on the battles in the Supreme Court, so that you know the facts and you can go battle. You can battle with your friends and neighbors. You can battle with your coworkers. You can battle with your crazy Uncle Joe at the Labor Day picnic. And you will be empowered with the facts and the truth. You will be empowered to stand up to the Islamists. And let me say this right now. Sharia law will never be allowed in Texas or the United States of America. I am inspired by every one of you. And as Jesus told us 2,000 years ago, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. We are going to preach the truth. We are going to do so with love, with a smile, with strength, and we are going to save the greatest nation in the history of the world, that shining city on a hill that is the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next. Hey, y'all. Come on now, Texas. You can do better than that. Hey, y'all. Woo, yeah. If I have to channel my inner Ric Flair, you know I'm going to do it. Now, I'm out here in Texas to talk about how Texas and Florida are going to save the United States. See, in Washington, D.C., we call it Flexus because our two states, we wrote the blueprint on freedom, on liberty, and on what you can do if you don't have a government that gets in your way. And so as we turn into these midterms, we're going to need to adopt some of the amazing things that Florida and Texas have done. And it starts with not being afraid. I know people in this room are here because you're patriotic, because you're not afraid. But let me tell you what, my good friend, Senator Ted Cruz, he just left the stage. Give it up for Senator Cruz. Now, I caught a clip of it, but were you guys here for the Prince of Iran, the Crown Prince? What did you think about him? It's pretty killer, right? Talk about someone who's not afraid. That's the kind of energy that we need going into these midterms. Because as our amazing president said, those people on the left, they're crazy. I may be a little bit bleary-eyed right now because I just voted on the House floor in Washington, D.C. until about midnight. I was there at midnight because the chicken craps in the Senate, they dropped a bill defunding our federal law enforcement. I don't know about you, but as the wife of a firefighter, as the wife of a SWAT medic, when it comes to our first responders, we support them, we back them, and we fight for them, right? And so in no way are we going to accept garbage from the Senate that says we're only going to fund half of our homeland security. We're going to lock the front door, but we're going to leave the back door wide open. That's just fundamentally unfair to the amazing, hardworking men and women of TSA and FEMA and Coast Guard and ICE and CBP and Border Patrol. We will not do that. But you know, when you hear the president, particularly at the State of the Union, who watched the State of the Union? Now, did you think that that State of the Union was one of the best speeches you've ever seen? No, come on, you gotta do better than that. That was the best State of the Union we have ever heard. And you know, I had the opportunity to sit with my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, my conservative colleagues, but I decided I was gonna take a seat next to Senator Chuck Schumer on the Democrat side. Yes, I am the lady in red. Because we in this room and all across America know, and it seems to be the thing that they forgot, when it comes to America, we don't sit on our hands, we rise to our feet, right? And there was nothing better than continuing to jump up and applaud for amazing American heroes and amazing things that have happened in this country under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, and to hear Senator Schumer talk crap under his breath. That just made me want to jump up and clap harder. They're the party that keeps gloating that they know that they're gonna win. Now keep in mind, this is the same party that has been telling us that they're the ones that actually champion women's rights. I can tell you, as a real woman, that the left would do anything to destroy women's rights in this country. They want boys and men in our locker rooms. Are we gonna stand for that? No. They want
biological men to take trophies and scholarships and podiums away from our women athletes. Are we going to stand for that? I didn't think so. And this is the best part. 2 weeks ago, the Democrats voted down a women's history museum because, get this, we wouldn't allow biological men in it. You can't make this up. Guys, I don't know what to tell you other than we have a country to save. Of course, you know that. You know that we have these midterms coming up that are incredibly consequential, and they're going to say to women all across the country that it's them that's fighting for them. We know that's not true. And we're going to start right now. See, the left has been trolling us on social media for the last couple of days, saying that CPAC isn't what it used to be, that the right isn't fired up anymore. You want to help me send them a message? I thought so. All right, y'all, on the count of 3, we are going to do this. We're going to send a message to the left that we are taking our country back, we are winning midterms, and there ain't a damn thing that they can do about it. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3, USA, let's go! That's right. USA, 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 USA. Woo, y'all. That's amazing. I'm going to post that all over social media and just brag on how good CPAC is this year. But when we turn, when we turn the corner into these midterms, remember, Marco Rubio can't do all the jobs by himself. We are the cool kids on the block. We know what's up. Donald Trump is bringing a UFC fight to the White House lawn. This is it. Guys, there has not been that much swinging on the White House lawn since the Clintons were in office, okay? We got to get out. We got to do our job. We got to get all our folks out to vote, and we got to make sure that people know that we need Donald J. Trump to have not 2 years, but 4 years in order to get this country back on track. So are you with me? I didn't hear you. Are you guys with me? That's what I'm talking about, Texas. It is an honor and a pleasure to be with you. I am Kat Kamak from the great state of Florida. Y'all, God bless America. Take care.
They stand for something. What exactly do they stand for, and why won't they say it out loud? Let me tell you what Patriot Mobile stands for. They stand for the lives of the unborn. They stand for the Second Amendment and the right to protect yourself and your family. They stand for our veterans and first responders who sacrifice so much for our freedom. Make the switch to Patriot Mobile today and support a company that doesn't just say they stand for something, but one that stands for the things that matter the most.
Want to be part of saving America? This is your call to action. The megaphone is yours. Join CPAC and take your place where the real action happens, behind the scenes of the conservative movement's most iconic force. You won't just learn politics, you'll live it. This is your launch pad. This is your moment.
We got one guy who's not tired yet. We got a long day of very important people coming your way. Now, I have to ask for your apology. Our schedule has been a hot mess, but mostly that's because Congress is a hot mess. And we are very appreciative for those senators and congressmen who, after late votes, hopped on airplanes, got through the security crisis that we're in and got here. So I'm glad that the good guys are showing up. Yes, Kat, I know. Good guys and good gals. I know that they're both showing up. And I asked this question yesterday, and I don't know if I said it right. Let me try it again. Do y'all like what's happening in the United States Senate? You had your coffee. The right answer. Do you ever look at the United States Senate and say, they talk good, they just don't act? They tell me what I want to hear, but it doesn't ever seem to happen, and they use all these complicated words as to why it can't happen. Have we had enough of that? Okay, so the next couple of minutes, we want to bring you two candidates who are in primaries, who need your help, and who are going to tell you why they're going to win their race and make a difference. The first candidate has a 97% CPAC score in the House of Representatives. Please give a warm CPAC welcome to Congressman Mike Collins.
What's up, brother?
All right, so the first thing, CPAC is endorsing Mike Collins to be the next senator from Georgia.
Matt, you don't know how much I appreciate that. Having your backing and the backing of CPAC means the world to me, because people understand that y'all are out there fighting for strong conservative values and putting good conservative people in office to represent us.
Okay, so we're tired of being told that great things are going to happen and they can't happen. What are you going to get done when you hit the United States Senate?
Listen, the biggest thing that we can do over there is make sure that we can continue down the path of the America First agenda. President Trump's time is getting short, and you need to have people over there that actually have shown that they have had his back. We've done that. I've only been in one term for Congress in the U.S. House, and we've been able to deliver for the president. We've been behind him every step of the way, and I look forward to continuing to do that, to make sure that we continue to make America great again.
Is there a favorite United States senator that's there now that you're going to kind of like learn a little bit from?
You know, I think I kind of look at it the same way I did in the House. I pigeonhole everybody for different things, whether it's policy, whether it's rules, or whether it's just go up and get some grumpy advice from. But I look forward to working with anybody. I mean, I'll work with a dog if he'll work for my policy and pass it.
You know, if you're going to live in Washington, they say your only friend's going to be a dog.
Well, he could be.
Okay, so this idea, this radical notion that you should have an ID to vote.
Yeah.
Is that racist?
Coming from the state of Georgia? No. No. Y'all, we live in the best country in the world. Why shouldn't we have the most secure elections in the world? That's common sense. I want to tell y'all folks something. I hear that every day. There is so much up there that doesn't make common sense. Why we don't pass that just doesn't make common sense. If you have to have an ID to buy medication or alcohol or drugs, why shouldn't we have an ID just to go vote? It's not that complicated. And the only reason that we have this situation is because the Democrats want voters. At the end of the day, that's what they're looking for. It's to make sure that they have forced let these illegals just flood into our country. We fed them, we housed them, transported them around to the right cities, and now they want them to vote so that they can stay in power. That's why we need the Senate to step up and save this country by passing the Save America Act.
And which one of those nitwit senators that are from Georgia now are you running against?
You know, we're running against the trust fund kid. Guy's never had a real job in his life, John Ossoff. And he definitely, that's right, he doesn't reflect the values of the state of Georgia or its people. When you look at John Ossoff, a guy that, how in the world, could you believe that we had to vote for this mess? He actually voted to allow men to play in women's sports. I don't know of a single person in the state of Georgia that would say that they agree with that. And come November, we're going to send his butt packing. I don't know where he actually came from.
Now, What about all this, they say, special influence and all the big woke corporations? Is that the money you're using to get this seat?
No, you know what, Matt, we've had contributions from every county in the state of Georgia, from every state in the country, including the territories. This is a grassroots-run organization, unlike John Ossoff. Y'all realize over 60% of his money comes from those crazy people in California and those nut jobs up there in New York? That he's bought and paid for. And you don't think if they can get him reelected on this first time around, that he won't be bought, paid for, in California's third senator? He's already acting like that. He'll for sure be the third senator for California till the cows come home.
What do you guys think? Mike Collins for Senate from the great state of Georgia.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Matt.
That's good, right here.
They told me to.
Yeah. All right. So, you know, sometimes people can be in politics too long. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with what Rick Scott said, that maybe it's time to give term limits a chance? Do you think the Senate should be a turtle-free zone? Somebody got it. Our next speaker is running to be the next United States Senator from Kentucky. Nate Morris, come join us at CPAC. Yeah. All right, Nate, is that a little too harsh? Turtle-free zone?
Absolutely not. It's time we get rid of the stench and Mitch in Kentucky, right?
That's right. The people are long suffering. You know, people with Southern accents and all the outward appearances of people that are going to go scrape and fight tend to not. Why are you the person that will get it done in the United States Senate?
Well, first of all, Matt, I'm not a career politician. I've never run for office before. I'm proud that I'm a 9th generation Kentuckian. 19 of my family members worked in an auto plant, building cars and trucks in Kentucky. I built one of the largest garbage companies in the United States. And you all know this is a tough industry, the Tony Soprano industry. We need fighters. We need people that are willing to hit the swamp with everything they got. And that's why I'm in this race.
Has President Trump driven one of your garbage trucks?
Not yet. I'm hoping to make that happen soon.
The idea that you're going to go to the United States Senate without this political experience, without knowing how it all works, but you got this business experience, do you think that's a little like Trump?
Absolutely. I think the country is sick of these career politicians that have been taking advantage of you, the taxpayer, the people that send these folks to Washington. We got to have something totally different. I'm running to fill a seat that was occupied by a guy who's been there for over 40 years, before the internet was created. And I'm running against the guy that owes everything to Mitch. This is a guy we call Amnesty Andy Barr. This is a guy who Mitch has backed up the truck, and this has become a proxy war, Matt. Trumpism versus McConnellism in Kentucky, and I know Trumpism is going to win every time.
All right, we got 100 senators. We know that you don't want to follow the role model of the former leader. Is there a member or two that you look to and say, now that's a person that knows what we got to get done?
Well, I'm proud of my friends, Jim Banks, Bernie Moreno. These are the two senators that I look up to, I admire, and I think they've done an amazing job. They were with us from the very beginning. And these are folks that are getting it done, that are coming from the outside and standing with the president 100%. And we got to send people more in the mold of Trump and less in the mold of these career politicians like what we've seen with Mitch.
You know, rural America has taken it on the chin. We had Kelly Loeffler here earlier talking about the things we got to get done. Farmers, ranchers, people that have been looked down upon by the people in New York and Chicago and Washington, D.C. What's your message to red rural America?
Well, I'm proud that my family comes from Morgan County, right in the heart of Appalachia. These are the folks that came over the Cumberland Gap to begin Kentucky. These are the people that fight with everything they've got. These are the forgotten Americans that President Trump has given them a platform, given them a voice. These are the people that work hard every day, that come home with grease on their hands after working double shifts. And these are the people like my family that get hurt by bad trade deals like NAFTA and things that have taken our jobs overseas. And that's why I'm in this as a job creator. I know we can get it right, and President Trump is doing the right thing with his tariffs and helping to get back these manufacturing jobs so we can have a great American economy for the American worker once again.
Well, it shouldn't, she's very spunky. I love it. It shouldn't come as any surprise that CPAC is officially endorsing you for the United States Senate.
Thank you.
So Nate, go get it done.
Thank you.
What do you think? Mike Collins, Nate Morris. Can we get it done? Let's come get a photo. Come on. Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We've just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
People suffered under, continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom.
The moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes.
Reports indicate that over 600 individuals were executed in Iran within a 6-month period. Observers report the imprisonment of political dissidents alongside funding for overseas operations.
Human rights monitors say hundreds of activists and journalists are currently imprisoned in Iran. An estimated 4 million Iranians living abroad continue to advocate for democratic reforms.
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Women Warriors. Please welcome former U.S. Representative, the Honorable Mayra Flores. From Florida, U.S. Representative Kat Comack. And CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
All right, CPAC. We had to bring Representative Kat Comack back because she's so amazing. Isn't she amazing? She is the future of our party, as is Mayra Flores, who I just absolutely love here in Texas, just strong leaders. But we're gonna have girl talk, nothing against the guys, because we love our guys, let me tell you. But this panel is called Women Warriors. CPAC has launched CPAC Women. We are holding our Women Warriors Conference in May. You are all invited to come. We are going to unite our conservative women and send a message to the Democrats that no more are you ever going to take advantage of women, because we stand strong for family and faith and for America. So let me start with you, Representative. You are in charge of the Republican Women's Caucus in the U.S. House of Representatives. What are you working on? What is the plan as we're going into the midterm elections?
Well, again, so good to see everybody again.
Again.
And right now I'm working on making sure my Spanx are tight enough to, keep me in this chair.
On like 4 hours of sleep, by the way, right? You're on like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
Yes. But that's part of it, women, and certainly as mothers, we make it work.
Yes.
We make it work. But the thing that I am really fighting for is getting people to understand that women are not single issue voters. For as long as I can remember, the media, particularly the left, has always said that we cared about one thing. Every woman I know is a badass. And they care about national security, they care about border security, they care about low taxes. They want their kids to go to a school where they're not going to be indoctrinated. They want actual health care, not the garbage that Obamacare gave everybody. They have a whole laundry list of things that they care about. And what we're doing with the Republican Women's Caucus is we are elevating those profiles, we're addressing those issues head on, and we're making sure that the left can never come back and say that they're the party of women.
That's right. That's right. We got to take that over. It's a takeover. A takeover.
Yeah.
We got to bring women and court these women and let them know communism does not work, and that is exactly what the Democrat Party is. Mayra, let me go to you. As a Hispanic woman, this is something that is near and dear to our hearts, because we did see a large percentage of Hispanics supporting President Trump, but it was mostly Hispanic men. What's happening with the Hispanic women?
Well, I believe that if we do not continue investing in the Hispanic community, we will lose the midterms in November.
Wait, say that again?
If we do not invest in the Hispanic community, we will lose the midterms in November. We will also lose a seat, a Senate seat in Texas, if we do not invest. And this is not my opinion, this is a fact. If you look at the census, if you look at the birth rates, we have to. There is no future for the Republican Party if we do not invest in the Hispanic community. And what I need Washington to do is to, thank you. What I need Washington to do is to stop dictating what we do. Complement our work.
Yes.
Complement what we do. Do not tell us what to do. We know exactly what to do to win the midterms. So I'm just here to tell you that we are the future. Invest in us. We are people of faith, family, and hard work. Just allow us to do what we already know what to do.
And we're working with, in building out, and we have built out CPAC Latino as well. We do recognize that to win that Latino vote in the midterm elections in these critical districts, it's so important, okay? Because they love America. They want to raise their children to love this country as well. Many of them fled communism and socialism, and they want to preserve this great country. So it's our job to go out there, and they really truly are the swing voter, in my opinion. They don't necessarily align themselves with the Democrat Party, so it's a pickup opportunity for us. Walk us through issues that matter for women, because I know you talked about national security and economy, but as they're looking at what President Trump has been able to accomplish, what are those policies that really stand out to you?
Well, certainly, like I said, women are not single-issue voters. And I have to keep driving that home because I cannot tell you how many times people have said the only thing that you should care about is abortion or breast cancer. To me, that both important issues that we need to talk about, but there's so much more. And as we look across the country and I talk to women, they're concerned about affordability. They're concerned about putting food on the table and making rent and the price of everything that we are basically working overtime to bring down from 4 years of disastrous policies from the Biden era. And a broken healthcare system. When you look at families and they're making decisions about healthcare, it's the moms. It's really the women in the family that are shopping the plans and taking the kids to the doctor. These are the things that we need to address. And let us not forget that the entire system has really shortchanged women. Across the board, and we heard from the amazing Dr. Bhattacharya, the administrator of NIH today, only 9% of all of our research and development dollars that we spend in this country goes towards women's issues. 9%. That is an abomination. We really need to dig in and make sure that we're fixing these fundamental flaws in the system. And I think if we're talking to women, we're saying we're gonna get government out of your way so that you can make the best decisions for you, your family, your kids. Like I said, they don't want their kids being indoctrinated at schools. And I think that we saw this huge wake-up call with COVID where parents were getting the homework and saying, what in the heck are you teaching my kids?
Yeah.
People are waking up, women are waking up, and it is 100% a fact that women are going to be the decision makers when it comes to this election in November.
Yeah. What do you think, as we're strategizing all in this room, what is the message that we need to be talking about when we talk to women?
Well, I've been watching a lot of Spanish media, Telemundo, Univision, radio, and what I have not seen is a spokesperson. We do not have anyone in the administration or in the GOP on these platforms pushing back the lies and the misinformation. Tell me why. It's 2026. Why does this administration not have a bilingual that can talk directly to the Spanish-speaking community? Because whether you like it or not, they vote.
Yeah.
And so Democrats are spreading misinformation, lying to the Hispanic community, and yet we have absolutely no one to educate the Hispanic community. So they're believing all these lies and all this manipulation. And I'm here to tell you, the Democrat Party wants you to be misinformed. They want you to be poor so they can continue manipulating you and telling you how to vote. We want prosperity, but in order for that to happen, we also need to step up and be in these platforms.
Right, and you got to understand, George Soros spent millions and millions of dollars, bought out the Spanish radio stations in these heavily Hispanic areas. One area in specific, Miami, they bought out Radio Mambi, which was the talk radio for Hispanics, especially Cubans in Miami, and tore it into pieces. So they have the leftists, they have a long-term plan to push this leftist propaganda into the Hispanic community, which I think is absolutely devastating and something that us as Republicans, as conservatives, need to take back. So I got to ask you here, Representative, there is this, we talked about this article earlier with Isabel Brown on this that came out about this, I regret becoming a mother. It really went viral, and it was a story of the woman who basically had the one-year-old child, young child, and said, I can't do this anymore. I'm gonna leave my husband, leave my child, because I gotta live for myself. You're amazing. You have this newborn, not newborn anymore.
7 months.
7 months, beautiful baby, and you are really juggling this job in Washington and then raising this child. How do you do it?
Well, one, shout out to all of the amazing moms and grandmas out there.
Yes. And aunts.
Wow.
Yes.
Honestly, motherhood changes you. And it's so true what they say is that you don't know love, real, true love, until you look at your child. And I mean, it changes you in so many fundamental ways. And Washington and this job particularly, it's not built for women who have children, young children, I'll say. I'm only the 14th woman ever in history to give birth while serving. And when I, thank you. When I started talking to the speaker and the team about, hey, I'm gonna need to nurse and, we'll have to figure this out with the vote schedule and stuff, I wasn't asking for special favors, but they're like, we'll figure it out. Well, by figure it out meant I had to figure it out. So I took over the ceremonial signing room. And when I say that motherhood changes you, it doesn't change you near as much as it changed Speaker Johnson when he walked in on me breastfeeding.
Oh, I could see his face. Oh, my.
Oh, it's a funny joke that we have now, but you make it work. Moms just make it work.
Right.
And I believe that representation in Washington shouldn't be limited to one particular season of life. In order to really effectually make it so that America is listened to and heard, we need to have people in all seasons of life, in every chapter of life. And so my little daughter, Augusta, I call her my road dog. She travels with me everywhere. She votes on the House floor with me. And I have an amazing husband. And my goal is to prove that women can do this at any point in time in their life. Nothing should hold them back because we need more moms, certainly in Congress.
Yes, and I gotta say, as you all know, Matt and I, we have 3 of our 5 girls here. 2 are in college. They work with us. They really do. They work long, long hours with us and are just really such an instrumental part of really CPAC. And so I'm appreciative to my girls too, and Grandma Sue, who's here as well, Matt's mom, who's been wonderful, wonderful prayer warrior for us. And so, Mara, I got to ask you, we have this divide. The single women, heavily Democrat, I think went over, 58% for Kamala Harris in the presidential. I don't know why they would do that. And then married women, slightly more on our side, on the conservative Republican side. Explain the difference. What do you see?
Well, I think we shouldn't, judge women for being single. I think we all hold an important value. I think we shouldn't be competing with each other. I think single women and married women should be complementing each other. Yeah. We're not here to, fight amongst each other. We need to come together because at the end of the day, we are all women. But I do see that, when you become a mom, it does change you. And it's a natural thing. It's an instinct, that there is no words to describe being a mom. You have to live it. Yeah. And until you become a mother, you'll understand. But, women have the right to decide if that's what's right for them or not, right? My best friend doesn't want to have kids. She's a single mom, a single woman, but not married, and she's very happy and a strong conservative because she cares about the economy. She cares about taxes. She cares about border security. She immigrated here to this country as well and did it the right way. Yes. So I just believe that we don't need to attack certain women just because they're married or not. We need to complement each other and work together.
Okay, we're going to wrap up here. I want Myra first. Tell me, what do we have to do to make sure that women vote for Republicans in the midterm?
Well, I believe as a strong conservative Latina, I think that this administration and the GOP needs to have a spokesperson that resonates with the Hispanic community because at the end of the day, we are the future of the Republican Party.
Yes. Representative.
I couldn't agree more. I love Myra, and I think she is absolutely spot on with this. By the way, my guilty pleasure, telenovelas, La Reina del Sur, right?
La Reina del Sur.
Yeah, seriously, for real. Great show if y'all haven't watched it. But the most important thing that we can do, and particularly everyone in this room can do to ensure that women get out and vote, we can't scream into the echo chamber. We have to get out and talk to our friends, our neighbors who aren't here, the ones who maybe don't agree with us on every issue. Right. We have to get into the places and spaces that conservatives traditionally haven't gone. That's how we're going to keep the House, keep the Senate, and guarantee another 2 years for President Trump.
Yeah, and we're committed, again, with our CPAC Women's Coalition. Please join us. It's a powerful group to join, as we're really going to take on the Democrats on this issue. They are not the party of the women. They actually, I think, suppress the women in so many ways. And we got to make sure that we keep our families strong, our men strong as well, as we continue in this battle to save America. Thank you both so very much.
Thank you.
The battle for the soul of the nation moves to CPAC. Your mission? Amplify conservative voices, shape the narrative, and drive the movement forward from the inside. This isn't coffee runs and busy work. It's war room strategy. Boots on the ground execution and front row access to power. The next generation of leaders starts here.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP.
In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the battle for Brazil's future. Please welcome former Brazilian Congressman in exile, the Honorable Eduardo Bolsonaro.
How are you all? Do you know why I'm doing this video? Because I'm showing to my father, and I'm going to prove to everybody in Brazil that you cannot shut down a movement by jailing unfairly the leader of this movement, Jair Messias Bolsonaro. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, to prove what I'm talking here, please, a very warm welcome to the next president of Brazil, Senator and my brother, Flávio Bolsonaro. Hello, everybody. Great honor to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, I know many of you are looking at me right now and thinking you recognize me from somewhere. You are probably thinking of my father, former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro. Here he is with Donald Trump at the White House in 2019. They called him the Trump of the tropics because he was loved by the people and cared their values without mincing words. Here, he's speaking from this very stage at CPAC 2023, when many of you gave him a standing ovation. And here, he's last week in the hospital where he spent his 71st birthday under arrest, sentenced to 27 years in prison, imprisoned for corruption. Like all Latin American leaders? No. Imprisoned and convicted for 27 years, the rest of his life by lawfare, almost identical to what Donald Trump suffered here in America. The formal charge is similar to what President Donald Trump faced, insurrection. Sound familiar? But the real reason is the same. The greatest political leader in my country is in prison for defending our conservative values without fear and opposing the system with everything he had. Thank you. My father fought against COVID tyranny. He fought against drug cartels. He fought against global elite interests, against the radical environmental agenda, against the woke agenda that destroy families, that above all, he fought for freedom. My father was also Donald Trump's ally and the last world leader to recognize Joe Autopen Biden as president. They tried to assassinate him, just like they tried to do with Donald Trump. They could not do it. And now, he's in prison just like Donald Trump would be if you had not fought successfully to save him. We, Brazilians, are still fighting because when they imprisoned my father, they brought this man back to power. The same people who imprisoned my father took this man, socialist ex-president Lula da Silva, convicted multiple times for corruption, out of prison and put him back in the presidency. All of this under a flood of USAID money and massive interference from the Biden administration. The result? Brazil is living another devastating economic crisis, a public security crisis with huge expansion of narco-terrorist cartels and multiple corruption scandals involving even Lula's own family members. But maybe you are thinking, why should we care? This is Brazil's problem. Let me explain exactly why this matters to America and to the world. First, we don't think you fully understand the scale of what we are talking about. Brazil is larger in territory than the continental United States. We have 220 million people in a nation that is 90% Christian. We represent more than half of all South America in territory, population, and GDP. With all respect to our neighbors, just one Brazilian state has a larger economy than the second largest economy in the region. We control the world's largest freshwater reserves, vast agricultural lands that feed the world, and energy resources that could power continents. Even our neighbors know that our region cannot prosper if Brazil fails. Any Latin American policy that does not take Brazil into account is doomed to failure. But here's what should really get your attention. Brazil is going to be the battleground where the future of the hemisphere will be fought, because Brazil is America's solution to break independence on China for critical minerals, especially rare earth elements. Right now, America still depends on China for about 70% of rare earth imports, and China controls 70% of global mining and over 90% of refining and processing. Why does it matter? These rare earths are essential for computer processors and EA revolution that's transforming our world and the American defense equipment. Without these components, American technological innovation becomes impossible, and the production of the advanced military system that maintain American superiority falls into the hands of adversaries. Without them, America's technological revolution stalls and national security becomes vulnerable. And when America becomes vulnerable, the entire free world becomes vulnerable. So how has Brazil's relationship with the United States been since the man that Joe Biden and the American deep state worked so hard to bring to power to control? Lula and his party are openly anti-American. He speaks publicly about undermining the dollar as the global currency. He has aligned Brazil with China on a massive scale. He has opposite American interests on every single item of foreign policy, publicly criticizing President Trump's actions on Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and the fight against drug trafficking. Most shocking of all, he has used heavy lobbying with 13 US advisors to prevent Brazil's two largest drug cartels from being classified as terrorist organizations. Yes, even according to a New York Times article published yesterday, the president of my country, lobbies America to protect terrorist organizations that oppress my people, launder money, and export drugs and weapons to the United States and to the world. And just 2 weeks ago, as proof of how bad things have gotten, Brazil under Lula canceled the visa of Dr. Darren Beatty, senior advisor of Brazil policy at the U.S. State Department, the highest American diplomatic position for dealing with Brazil. Something unprecedented in our history. All because Dr. Beatty asked to visit my father in prison and evaluate his conditions. Yes, Brazil is now expelling American diplomats. Now, I understand President Trump is very busy making America great again and must maintain institutional relationships with leaders of every country, regardless of his personal preferences. And I know that sometimes, when surrounded by advisors with their own interests, the picture gets blurred. But I'm confident that the greatest deal maker in history can easily see who Brazil's real allies are. But let me share the good news. I told you, we are still fighting. And at the end of this last year, my father gave me the greatest mission of my life, to run for president in his place in October 2026 elections. And let me look you in the eyes and tell you, we will win. I'm leading the polls across the country. I'm building a massive coalition. Business leaders tired of corruption, young people hungry for opportunity, families desperate to protect their children from drugs and crime. I'm building a movement Brazil has not seen in years, a cutting-edge conservative project that brings together the old and the new generations that will bring prosperity to the Brazilian nation and finish the cycle of misery and violence that the left is living as a cursed legacy. Just last week, even the prediction markets started putting me as the favorite to win the election. And when the Brazilian people, will once again have a president who fights against global elite interests, against the radical environmental agenda, against the woke agenda that destroys families, against drug cartels, and above all, fights for freedom and traditional values. A president who proclaims without fear that Jesus Christ is our Lord. Trump 2.0 is being much better than Trump 1.0, right? Well, Bolsonaro 2.0 will also be much better, thanks to the experience gained during my father's presidency. But America will also have its ally back. Brazil and America were made for each other. We share the same Judeo-Christian values, and we have what the world needs. America needs secure supply chains for critical materials, a reliable partner in the hemisphere, and a massive market for American goods and services. And Brazil needs three things: help fighting transnational drug cartels, investments, and technology. There is no nation in the world that can help us with this better than the United States. And we are aligned. No one can stop us. This is the fork in the road that America faces. Either you have the most powerful ally in the hemisphere, or an antagonist that allies with America's adversaries and makes any American policy for the region impossible. So, some of you are asking how you can help. I will ask you directly. We don't want interference in Brazilian elections, like the Biden administration did to bring Lula to power. As I said, I'm going to win because it's the will of my people. But for that will to be preserved, we need free and fair elections. And this is a great challenge. If our people can express themselves freely on social media, and if votes are counted correctly, we will win. My appeal here, not only to the United States, but to the entire free world, is this. Watch Brazil's elections with enormous attention. Learn and understand our process. Monitor our people's freedom of expression, and apply diplomatic pressure so that our institutions function properly. Instead of the Biden administration interfering in our elections to install a socialist who hates America, applying diplomatic pressure for free and fair elections based on values of American origin. That's a good chance of foreign policy for the region, right? My father sits in prison tonight for the same beliefs you hold, but his sacrifice will not be in vain. Next year, when I return to this stage as President of Brazil, we won't just be celebrating another election victory. We will be celebrating the birth of the strongest conservative alliance in Western Hemisphere history. The beginning of a new era where freedom wins, where our children and hemisphere worth defending. God bless America. God bless Brazil. Thank you so much.
Ladies.
Fellow patriots, there is an invidious virus growing right under our noses, a defining threat to Western civilization. The invidious explosion of Sharia across America. Let's begin with something fundamental, something that goes to the very heart of who we are as Americans, the rule of law. Sharia stands in direct conflict to our rule of law, but frankly, that's nothing new. Consider this story from our early days. On this exact date, March 28th, 1786, after Americans were taken prisoner by Barbary pirates, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams documented their meeting with Tripoli's ambassador, who proclaimed that it was written in their Quran that all nations that have not acknowledged the authority of Islam were sinners and should be made slaves. That was their right and duty under the laws of their prophet in the Quran to make war on all who do not acknowledge Islamic authority, to enslave prisoners, and that every fighter slain would go to paradise. That was then, and it remains today, a stark contrast of civilizations. One rooted in submission and domination, the other in individual liberty under constitutional law. America was founded on a timeless principle: individual freedom secured by self-government under a clear and supreme rule of constitutional law. As John Adams warned, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Today, we witness the painful truth of those words. Multitudes arrive at our borders with no intention of assimilating into our culture or embracing founding principles of liberty. Sharia poses a unique and profound danger. It is far more than a personal faith. It is a comprehensive system of governance, culture, and domination that enforces submission through violence. All cultures are not morally equivalent. Whereas Christianity is a religion of peace, of reconciliation, of love, Islam is a religion of the sword, and it stands in direct, irreconcilable conflict with the maximum individual freedom at the heart of Western civilization and our Christian culture. Our rights derive from our Creator, not from any man-made supremacist code. America gladly welcomes those who come to assimilate and worship freely according to conscience, but we must never accommodate a system that demands the submission of every surrounding society. And Sharia explicitly requires precisely that. Our nation was founded on a simple but revolutionary idea that we would be governed not by kings, not by clerics, not by distant authorities, but by a constitution written by the people and for the people. And that document remains the supreme law of this land. Let me be clear at the outset. America is a nation of religious freedom. That includes Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and people of every faith or no faith. The First Amendment guarantees that right, and we must defend it always. But religious freedom does not mean replacing American law with any other system of governance, period. In North Texas and across the country, there are conversations about how international or religious legal traditions interact with our legal system. These are complex issues, and they deserve serious, thoughtful discussion. Not fear-mongering, not rhetoric, but clarity. But our Constitution is not optional. Our Constitution is not optional. It is not one system among many. It is the foundation upon which all other rights rest. When foreigners come to this country, they bring their traditions, cultures, and beliefs that are woven then into the fabric of America. Traditionally, assimilation into our civic framework, our shared commitment to constitutional law unites us as one nation. We cannot have parallel legal systems. We cannot have ambiguity about which laws govern our courts, our contracts, or our communities. We cannot. The rule of law must remain consistent, transparent, and rooted in the Constitution. G.K. Chesterton said, "A civilization is not destroyed by wicked men. It is destroyed by weak men who cannot defend what is good." So the question before us is simple. Will we defend our constitutional republic? Will we ensure that every generation not only understands their rights, but the source of their rights? Will we stand firm in the belief that American law, rooted in liberty, the value of every person, and individual dignity must remain the governing standard of this country? I believe the people in this room will. But it is incumbent upon us to sound the alarm so the rest of America understands what is at stake. I believe here at CPAC, among leaders, activists, and citizens from across this nation, there is a shared commitment to preserving the constitutional order that has made America the greatest nation in history. I'm not so sure about others. With less than a minute to go, I'm going to move on. As I've said repeatedly, Sharia has no place in America. The urgency of this fight was laid bare in the opening days of March when a disturbing wave of Islamic-inspired attacks struck our soil. On March 1st in Austin, March saw multiple attacks linked to Islamic extremists in New York City, Michigan, Virginia, all in March, all in 1 month of March. The enemy is inside the gates, driven by a supremacist ideology that claims divine authority over our Constitution and justifies violence against those who refuse submission. And nowhere is this seen more than the treatment of women. Under Sharia, women are relegated to a second-class status. It explicitly permits wife-beating as discipline. Imams have preached that women shall feel honored by beatings or liken them to livestock, cows, sheep, horses, or mules created solely for men's use. Sharia codifies female genital mutilation, forced child marriage, honor killings, half inheritance for women, and testimony worth half that of a man. In nations embracing these rules, from Iran's regime of terror to places where adultery brings stoning, apostasy death, or public floggings, women live in chains. Even more horrifying, Sharia permits the rape and enslavement of non-Muslim women, with some scholars openly declaring it permissible under the Quran and Hadith. These are not some fringe opinions. They're preached publicly. Don't believe this is happening? Tell that to the thousands of British teenage girls groomed, plied with alcohol, gang raped by Muslim gangs, and then arrested by the police for being drunk in public, while the rapists go free. Let me repeat, the victims are arrested. This is Sharia. If you come here to be governed by the Constitution, not to replace it. That's not controversial. That's not extreme. That's American. And if we are not willing to say that clearly, boldly, and unapologetically, then we are surrendering the very foundation of our republic. We will not do that. Not in Texas, not in America. That is why 60 of us in the U.S. Congress, 60 strong, now form the Sharia-Free America Caucus, representing 25 states. 25 states. But I ask you, be aware, fellow patriots, get engaged against this extremist threat to our Constitution. Sign the Ban Sharia Pledge, which you can find at bansharia.com. Over my 25 years wearing the cloth of the nation's military, then as a county judge here in North Texas, and now as a member of Congress, I swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution multiple times. I cannot and will not allow our most precious founding document to be replaced. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
As conservatives, we believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. So it ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the violent criminals off the streets, make sure that the people that are going to reenter society have a pathway to do so successfully, and that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues.
In 2022, the United States recorded an incarceration rate of 541 per 100,000 people, higher than any other major democracy.
The annual price tag is $182 billion spent on prisons, jails, probation, and parole.
Wrongful convictions remain common, separating families and costing lives.
The system is broken, expensive, abusive, and ineffective.
That's when I learned to fight. That's when I learned to fight and to uncover the injustices that happen. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction.
History isn't written in the classroom. It's forged in the fight for freedom. At CPAC, you won't just watch the movement, you'll help lead it. From strategy sessions to national stages, your work will matter. This is where passion meets purpose and where interns become leaders. Step up, stand out, join CPAC.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC board member Jerry Daniels.
Thank you. So the attack on our embassy in Benghazi was due to a YouTube video. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Russia, Russia, Russia. The Affordable Care Act. J6, of course, was an insurrection. The COVID shots were safe and effective. The Inflation Reduction Act. There is no election fraud. You're simply an election denier. And of course, the southern border is secure. These are just some of the lies the left has been peddling for the last several years with the help of the mainstream media. The most recent big lie: we are told that the efforts to strengthen election integrity, efforts like the Save America Act, are somehow comparable to one of the darkest chapters in our history. That requiring identification to vote or proof of citizenship is not about fairness and security, but about exclusion. Chuck Schumer has labeled the Save America Act as Jim Crow 2.0. Jim Crow is not a random comment. He's stating that very clearly that voter ID and proof of citizenship to vote in America is racist, specifically against Black Americans. It's one of the most racist comments I've ever heard. Chuck, are you telling me that everyone, or that every Black American are too dumb to get an ID? Or are you stating it's a socioeconomic issue and that poor Black Americans can't get an ID? Either way, your comment is ignorant, racist, and not fact-based. Due to population differences, there are literally twice as many white Americans living in poverty in the United States as there are Black Americans. White Americans living in poverty that receive some sort of government assistance is estimated to be between 50 and 70%. To receive that assistance, each of those individuals had to show an ID. In the Black community, it's estimated that between 60 and 80% of those living in poverty receive some sort of government assistance. Based on this information alone, you could argue Black Americans living in poverty have no issue getting an ID and might even have IDs at a higher rate than poverty-stricken white Americans. To suggest that requiring identification is inherently discriminatory is to underestimate the capability, dignity of millions of Americans, citizens of every background, Black, white, Hispanic, rich, poor, navigating daily life with identification requirements. My point is this: Virtually all Americans want fair elections in the United States where only U.S. citizens can vote in our elections. And no amount of gaslighting or lies in front of a microphone will change that. To the Republicans, you have a chance to prove that to all Americans that we live in a representative republic, where our elected officials serve the will of the people. This topic is not controversial. 179 nations around the world require voter ID. America is the exception. Is Chuck Schumer suggesting that all the countries are racist? That's preposterous. 36 states in the U.S. already require ID to vote, while only 10 do not require any form of ID. Does anyone in this room find it odd that the states that do not require any form of ID are almost all Democrat-run states? States like California, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Maine, and Connecticut? At its core, this issue rises above party lines. Americans want confidence in their elections, they want transparency, and they want fairness. And above all, they want to know that their voices matter, that their vote is not diluted or disregarded. If the Democratic Party was concerned American elections were not truly representing their voters' intentions through voter fraud or non-citizen voting, and that it negatively affected their ability to hold office, what measure would they be willing to do to right that wrong? Well, we all know the answer because we witnessed it when the Democrats modified the Not-So-Affordable Care Act to get everything they wanted despite literally zero Republican support. So don't we have to ask ourselves, why would any Republican senator not be in favor of passing the Save America Act? Perhaps the only issue in decades that has vast bipartisan support from the American public. Do we truly have a two-party system, or is it a uniparty, as many claim? I guess we'll find out. America is either a representative republic or it's a banana republic. Republican senators that will finally disclose the truth to Americans. So which is it, Senator Thune? If you don't act, America will be almost impossible to recognize in 2028. To Vice President Vance, the real leader of the Senate, if Senator Thune won't do his job, you must step in as the true constitutional leader of the Senate and reinstate the talking filibuster. You must force every U.S. senator, Democrat and Republican, to go on record with the American people on where they stand on fair elections in the United States where only U.S. citizens can vote. If the Save America Act passes, then there's hope for the future of our republic. If it doesn't get passed, despite the overwhelming support of over 80% of the American public, it will be interesting to watch incumbent senators from both sides of the aisle try to raise money from the same people they refuse to represent. To all those elected to serve, this is your moment. The American people are watching. They are not asking for perfection. They are asking for integrity. They are asking you to not act in the interest of party, but in the interest of country. Pass the Save America Act now. Thank you.
Trump's courageous decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country particularly concerned for severe religious freedom violations. Wide sections of Nigeria are led by jihadists in titles which seek to wipe the globe of Christians and Jews, and their vile actions must be countered. Persecution defines nations like Nigeria, China, North Korea, Pakistan, and elsewhere. Thousands killed, millions displaced, churches and synagogues burned, and believers imprisoned simply because of their faith. We urge leaders of other countries to follow President Trump's example, impose stronger sanctions on persecuting governments, increase funding for global religious freedom initiatives, and ensure military and diplomatic tools are fully deployed to protect vulnerable believers. The crisis demands urgent, escalated action, no half measures when lives and eternal souls are at stake.
CPAC strongly demands the implementation of strict nationwide photo voter ID as the essential safeguard of election integrity and democracy. Requiring government-issued photo identification at the polls is not voter suppression, but common sense that every legitimate democracy uses to ensure only eligible citizens vote. Voter ID is the global standard, with 176 countries and jurisdictions requiring it. The few U.S. states that still refuse any voter ID requirement are all socialist, Democratic-controlled strongholds, such as California, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, revealing exactly who benefits from weaker verification and eroded public trust.
All languages, all shades, and all ethnicities understand that you have to have voter ID to have democracy.
The conservative movement needs more than spectators. It needs warriors. At CPAC, you'll gain the tools, the connections, and the fire to make a difference. This is more than an internship. It's a frontline mission. If you're ready to challenge, to build, to fight for America's future, the time is now. Answer the call. Apply today.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP.
In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp, and CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
We go all the way down?
I don't know.
Wow, you guys still have energy? That's amazing. That's amazing.
Isn't my wife beautiful? Come on.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
We've reached that point in CPAC where we're almost at complete spiritual and mental exhaustion. But we're going to hang in there because we have something really special to do. And I'm supposed to have a teleprompter that isn't working.
You might have to improvise, Schlapp.
So, Mercy, what
You're
do you have?
very
Here
good
we
to
go. Okay, should we start over again? No, that's right. Okay, so do y'all like law enforcement? Do you think we should fully fund ICE? Does CPAC back the blue?
Yes.
All right, so this is the right time. Before we go any further, we want to recognize and thank those who have kept us safe, not only for years, but over the last few days. Local, state, and federal law enforcement officers who have been doing their duty right here in Grapevine, Texas.
That's right. Yes.
There we go.
And this year, especially their service, sacrifice, and professionalism, it deserves our gratitude, and now more than ever, our law enforcement, they need our support.
Come on, CPAC, put your hands together. Welcome to the stage. Grapevine Chief of Police Mike Hamlin and Deputy Chief of Police Mark Shimmick. Woo!
Good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of the City of Grapevine, the Grapevine Police Department, welcome to Grapevine, Texas, and the great state of Texas. For the past 6 months, our department has been working closely with the CPAC team, our state, our local, and our federal law enforcement partners to ensure a safe and secure event for this community and for everyone here today and this week. Now, it has truly been an all-hands-on-deck effort, and we are proud to serve, we are proud to protect, and we are proud to help make this conference safe and successful. Now, but looking at this team behind me, I think we need one more person to help make it complete. And that's not just any person. Someone with courage, someone with heart, and someone with a serious commitment to service. So today it is my honor to welcome a very special guest. Please welcome our SWAT team, accompanied by DJ Daniel and his dad. Now, folks, we're fixing to swear DJ in.
Let's go.
So, DJ, if you'll turn and raise your right hand, and if you'll repeat after me, and I'm going to go slow, my friend.
Yes, sir.
I, DJ Daniel.
I, DJ Daniel.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Or affirm.
Or affirm.
That I will faithfully.
That I will faithfully.
Execute the duties.
Execute the duties.
Of the office.
Of the office.
Of police officer.
Of police officer.
Of the state of Texas.
Of the state of Texas.
And will.
And will.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Preserve.
Preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
And the laws.
And the laws.
Of the state of Texas.
And the state of Texas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Chief, I got a question.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorary Officer DJ Daniel. You can speak.
You notice that's a little bit too tall for me, right?
Say that again?
You know that's a little bit too tall for me, right?
How about this?
I ain't trying to make fun of myself, but I'm like a little dwarf. Wow, I was not expecting for this many people to be here, especially my top favorite two people right here in the blue and the red.
We love you, DJ.
And my dad is here too. Oh, I just forgot to mention this. My other friends are over here, just to let you know. If you would like that, raise your hands. Because I don't like to leave nobody out, just saying. And I did say my dad is here. And just to remind y'all folks, I wouldn't be here if my dad didn't sign me up for experimental medicine. So can you do me a favor and give him a round of applause? You want to say it? Dude, you want to say it or you want me to say it?
Go ahead, you say it.
And my dad is running for District 18, just to let you know.
Smart boy. 147.
That's okay.
You want me to say the other part or no? And he's running against Yolanda Jones, the first, and she always puts out she's the first gay lesbian. Ain't nobody need to know about that. That's too much information.
I think that was too much for me to mention.
Back to the script.
But Chief, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
After I get sworn in, did you bring the donuts? But the thing is, I want glazed donuts. I don't want powder donuts, because I'm not trying to be looking like Dave Chappelle when he got pulled over.
Well, officer, there'll be time for donuts later, but we need to get to work.
Yeah, I don't even know why I said donuts, because I'm getting a little bit chunky, as you can see.
All right, thank you, DJ.
Oh, and I forgot to mention my other friend is right here. If you would like to raise his hand, he's got the black cowboy hat.
All right, we're ready to go.
You ready to go to work? Let's go to work.
Yes, sir, but I got a question. You sure you're ready for this question? Because I'm pretty sure everybody gonna bust out laughing.
Let me have it.
How much are you paying me? Oh, I just realized this. There was no point in asking that question because I haven't got to work yet.
Let's get to work.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I thought I was getting sworn in. I didn't know this was America's Got Talent.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah,
You ready to go to work?
we're gonna go.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go.
CPAC unequivocally condemns Sharia law as a barbaric, theocratic and totalitarian system that is fundamentally incompatible with individual liberty and Western civilization. Sharia denies equal rights by prescribing cruel and unusual punishments, including stoning, amputation and flogging, and seeks to replace secular democracy and constitutional governance with Islamic religious rule. We are alarmed by its growing global influence and its creeping encroachments around the world, including in the West. As we meet in Texas, we acknowledge that the Lone Star State has become the frontline defense against this threat. In the March 2026 GOP primary, Texas voters delivered an overwhelming mandate by approving Proposition 10 with nearly 95% support, declaring that Texas should prohibit Sharia law. CPAC stands firmly and unapologetically against any imposition of Sharia law in freedom-loving countries.
CPAC strongly supports President Donald J. Trump's decisive leadership in restoring stability, sovereignty, and democratic accountability throughout the Western Hemisphere. After years of neglect that allowed hostile regimes, transnational criminal organizations, and foreign adversaries to expand their influence, President Trump has reasserted American strength. From confronting the socialist dictatorship in Venezuela and standing with the Cuban people, to challenging the authoritarian regimes in Nicaragua and beyond, his administration has made clear that America will not surrender to tyranny, narco-terrorism, or foreign powers seeking to undermine freedom. President Trump's policies have strengthened border security, disrupted human trafficking networks, and reduced the chaos that destabilizes nations across the region. The people of the Western Hemisphere deserve freedom, security, and opportunity, not exploitation by authoritarian regimes or criminal networks.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP.
In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states. Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the CPAC straw poll. Please welcome CPAC board member Jim McLaughlin and CPAC chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp.
Here.
All right, Jim. This is our annual showing of the numbers. What do the people of CPAC think?
Yep, and look, first of all, I want to thank you for filling out the poll. We had a record number of people this time, Matt, actually take the poll during a non-presidential year. So the response is just incredible.
Do you have to have ID to vote in the CPAC straw poll?
You have to have ID.
Good.
And we check ID.
Good.
Unlike, by the way, I've heard rumors, some of these other straw polls, you can vote multiple times in them, not in the CPAC straw poll.
And let it be known that ICE was on the spot when we conducted our CPAC straw poll. There's nothing wrong with that.
And then some, and then some. So with all that being said, just so you know, we had over 1,600 people actually do the CPAC straw poll. And like I said, that was a record turnout. And it's always great to have your voices be heard. So with all that being said, you know, it's funny. We're in our little bubble here at CPAC. Look at some of the things the media has been saying about us, okay? This is going to be really interesting. The fake news, what they've been telling us about us. Republicans turn on Trump at CPAC. Can't stand the guy. The war in Iran is driving generational divide between MAGA men at CPAC. Are we seeing that? And this one was good. The Republican divide on Iran. Trump's decision to go to war loomed over the Conservative Political Action Conference. The confab has often served as a sort of MAGA pep rally with near universal support for Trump and his agenda. But this year, the conference laid bare the rift among Trump's MAGA base over the Middle East conflict.
And that's from the Wall Street Journal.
So with that being said, by the way, this next question, I'm going to rat you out here. This was Matt's question. And what we said to folks is many supposed conservative leaders and influencers are creating unnecessary controversy and division in the MAGA movement in order to get the attention and make money, which will hurt the conservative movement. President Trump and real MAGA conservatives in November in the political elections. So what folks are thinking right now is the media is telling us there's all this dissension, there's all this divide. What do you guys tell us? You agree with that. You agree not that there's dissension, not that there's divide, but the truth is they're trying to sabotage America First and Republicans in the upcoming elections. You folks are way smarter than the media is, and then some.
This is why, Jim, what's our theme? Actions over words, and that's why you've been hearing from speakers like Keith Self and Fighting Sharia in Texas who are getting stuff done.
All right, we're going back. I just gave it away. There I go again. But they're telling us Donald Trump is unpopular with CPAC. They're telling us he's unpopular with conservatives. 96% approval rating. 84% strongly. When Matt goes to dinner, okay, with his wife and his 5 daughters, he doesn't get a 96% approval rating.
Never.
Not even close.
No.
And you look at it, it's just incredible the support that President Trump maintains in spite of what we're being told by the quote-unquote talking heads. It really makes me wonder what some of these quote-unquote MAGA people are actually thinking. I think at the end of the day, they're really not MAGA people. All right? So how do they feel about the job that our vice president is doing? 92% approve. 78% strongly approve. So excellent numbers. And again, you don't see that, trust me. Back in the old days when we used to do CPAC straw polls, you know, the Bushes and whatnot, they didn't have numbers like this. I mean, it's not even close. All right, so where are we with Speaker Johnson? 84% approve, 9% disapprove, 55% strongly. And look, it's a tough job being a leader in Congress. The fact that among the base, the Speaker has an 84% approval rating says a lot about the job he's doing. Now next, Leader Thune. 57% approve, 29% disapprove.
We kind of know what that's about.
Okay. All right. You know, so we're getting there. All right. This was one of my favorite questions. And we gave you a first and second choice. We said, who were your favorite members of the cabinet? Who? By the way, I could always just walk around here and I could get a pretty darn
You don't
good
actually
idea.
have to do the straw poll to know what's going on.
Marco Rubio. Pretty amazing. 60% said he was either their first or second choice as most favorite member of the cabinet. Then you have Pete Hegseth at 35%, RFK Jr. at 18, Scott Bessent 14, you have Tulsi at 11, Pam Bondi at 9. Interesting stuff. You know, top 5, got a couple former Democrats.
I was going to say, top 5, you got 2 former Democrats, 2 people who CPAC recognized first and invited them to the dance first, and they're doing a great job.
Not to mention, top 7, 3 women. It talks about the diversity and the openness of the conservative movement, and then some. All right, which leftist, this was another one of Matt's questions, which I kind of like. Which one of the leftists do you think are the most articulate?
Who's the most articulate leftist?
You know what I thought was interesting? 19, you got a lot of people saying unsure and none. So, what was that? I'm not going to repeat that one.
We could have asked you for what is the best adjective for the most articulate leftist.
And then so.
You could have won that.
So they're saying Gavin Newsom, Zohran Mamdani. By the way, as you can probably tell by the accent, I live in the New York area. It is amazing the ride that the New York City press gives Zohran Mamdani. They think he's wonderful. Poor New Yorkers and then some. All right, now I've heard this rumor, Matt. There's actually a U.S. Senate race here in Texas, a U.S. Senate primary.
There is, yeah, there is. And does the Senate really matter these days? I mean, is there any important legislation before it?
These people tell us the Senate actually matters, and then some. We're going to get to that, too, in a little bit. But all right.
How did it go when we asked those questions?
And by the way, the only way you could vote is if you were a resident of Texas. And here's how it went. Ken Paxton, 67. John Cornyn, 21.
So we told you that we played it fair. He came out.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. Jason?
Must be nice to get a standing ovation before anyone's even said your name. But you know, we played it fair. We invited you and your opponent, the incumbent, John Cornyn, to speak at CPAC. We put out your voting records. You have a 100% voting record in our CPAC scorecard. You showed up to CPAC just like you showed up to every major fight that Texas has had, that every major fight Donald Trump had, literally for decades. And so it's my honor as the chairman of CPAC and Jim's honor as one of our board members to say we officially endorse Ken Paxton to be the next senator in Texas.
Thank you. Congratulations. Appreciate that. Thank you. Congratulations. Well, I want to thank all of you for that endorsement, because that's really what it's all about. It's about the people of Texas and the people of Texas wanting somebody that's going to represent them. And I think it's indicative of the problem with John Cornyn that he wouldn't come to what I think is the largest grassroots event in the last year in Texas, and he wouldn't even show up. That's the first problem. And I think you can see the second problem occurred just in the last week or so when they and actually it just happened, they left for recess without passing the Save America Act or funding Border Patrol or ICE. That's indicative of the entire problem. So, look, we can win this race. I need your help. I need you all telling every friend you've got, every family member. May 18th through the 22nd is early voting. May 26th is the vote. Get your friends out. I believe this audience can make the difference. So So I'm asking for your support. Let's get rid of the guy that represents Washington, and let's put somebody in that represents Texas. God bless and thank you. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
You know, we got some more work to do here, huh?
We got more work to do. You never know who else is going to show up on the stage with us. Now, you also have a Attorney General's runoff here. So here's the results. 87 for Mays Middleton, 7% for Chip Roy. Always interesting. Always interesting. And then I'm also reading stuff in the media. They're telling us there's this big movement within the conservative movement that is anti-Israel now. I just hear it from the media, but we asked you guys about it. We wanted to know what you guys thought about it. I'm sorry, we did the Ayatollah first. They put this in a different order for me. You're supposed to be against the Iran war. Well, 89% approve of our military action there. 70% strongly approve. By the way, I think when the media write these stories, they speak to each other. They don't speak to the people in this room. Which, speaking of, now we're going to go back to Israel. You guys are all supposed to be anti-Israel, right? 85% say Israel continues to be one of the United States' most important strategic allies in the world. 60% strongly believe it. And God bless Benjamin Netanyahu. God bless the Israeli people. They do a lot of our dirty work, as well as the dirty work of the rest of the world, and we're going to owe them a deep, deep debt of gratitude. 2028. Who do you prefer in the Republican primary? J.D. Vance at 53%, Marco Rubio at 35%. By the way, the interesting part about that is everybody else is about 2% or less.
Yep. And look, I think that CPAC has a strong tradition of letting these folks come here, make their pitch. That'll happen at all the events we have around America over the coming year. It's going to be a great conversation about how do we keep all of this rolling.
Yeah, without a doubt. We got to keep it rolling and then some. And then the next question after that one was this, and this was another Mac question. All right, we asked, is Donald Trump the best president in your lifetime? 94% agree with that, 80% strongly. That's pretty amazing. You know what? I was scared because I'm going to have to go back to the president with these numbers, and thank you for making my job really easy, and then some. But all kidding aside, one of the other questions we didn't show here was over 90% of you told us that it's imperative, it's important for us to keep the majorities in the Senate and in the House. And that is without a doubt. Because what's the first thing they said they're going to do if they get the majorities? What are they going to do? They're going to impeach. They're going to try to put Republicans in jail again. They're going to open up the borders. They're going to try to give you the largest tax increase in American history. So we can't let that happen. And thank you for everything you did back in 24. But as the president said the other night, these are the most important elections in our lifetime.
All right, Jim.
That's it.
That's the end?
That's it. That's the end. And oh, by the way, we believe in nothing but transparency. So within a couple hours, you just go to the website, and they'll have all the results from all the questions up on the CPAC website.
Give it up for Jim McLaughlin, one of President Trump's pollsters. Thank you for voting. Democracy is alive at CPAC and in America. Thank you all.
Banking is a threat to American freedom, and it's why Old Glory Bank exists. With conservative co-founders Dr. Ben Carson, Larry Elder, and John Rich, and board member Sean Spicer, we offer full-service online banking in all 50 states.
America needs a place like Old Glory Bank because people need to have an institution that they can trust in, an institution whose values correspond to their values.
Old Glory Bank, fortifying the new freedom economy.
Texas Values is the largest organization in the state of Texas that focuses on the issues of faith, family, and freedom in the arenas of the courts, legislature, and the media.
We also were able to pass meaningful pro-life legislation.
Thank you guys for the work that you do, Jonathan, on the front lines, on the ground.
That we preserve our values and that we teach about these things in our public schools.
No woman in Texas should be made to feel unsafe in their private space.
Every year, many tons of chemically tainted medical waste, human remains, placenta, and blood are flushed into U.S. water systems because of chemical abortion pills. These pills bypass essential medical waste regulations. When a mother takes the first chemical abortion pill, mifepristone, a large percentage of the dosage goes to her uterus to target the baby, blocking the hormone progesterone, which starves the baby. But it doesn't end there. The metabolites from mifepristone remain active after the child has died and are expelled during the abortion into the toilet or bathtub. These metabolites are known to be powerful endocrine, aka hormone-disrupting chemicals, and are ending up in our waterways to be recycled as drinking water, as well as our streams and waterways, which are used to irrigate and fertilize agricultural land. In a first-of-its-kind national study, these hormone-disrupting metabolites were found in the tap water in major U.S. cities, far exceeding the EPA's safe limits. Let's make America healthy again, and start with ending chemical abortion pill water pollution.
The golden age is a choice.
A choice to cherish the greatest gift we've been given.
Waking up every day an American citizen. It flows from our founding fathers.
Through our grandparents.
Through our parents.
Through us.
To future generations.
Our heritage is our future.
The golden age is a choice.
Let's choose well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC Poland. Please welcome CEO TV Republika, Tomasz Sakiewicz. Program Director, TV Republika, Michael Rakon.
Hello, CPAC. Great to have you here. Great to be here in this beautiful place. My name is Michael Rakon. I'm a member of Telewizja Republika. This is Tomasz Sakiewicz, CEO of the biggest conservative television station, news station in Europe. Actually, the only conservative news station in Europe. So let me introduce you, Tomasz. Tomasz had a very easy choice last week. He could either be today at the prosecutor's office in the liberal left globalist prosecutor's office in Poland, being prosecuted for organizing CPAC in Poland last year, or be here with you. So he obviously chose to be here with you. Tomasz, yeah, big clap for Tomasz Sakiewicz and millions of our viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, Tomasz did something profound, something incredible. He built the biggest European conservative station on one thing: solidarity of millions of Polish people under attack of leftist, liberal, globalist government of Donald Tusk. He did that on funds of regular people, members and Polish citizens, and we would like to say big thank you for the people who are directly funding the only conservative media in Poland. Many thanks and big clap, big applause. But we could build Telewizja Republika on solidarity movement tradition and on freedom tradition and tradition of big friendship between Poland and America. And this is the foundation and basis of our TV station, of our existence. Tomasz Sakiewicz, CEO of Telewizja Republika.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. I see the representative of different nations, wonderful nations, great nations, but there are two nations who always live in friendship. Do you know what are the nations? Polish and American people. Woo! We always separate ourselves. We always help ourselves. We always fight with the same enemies. From the time what the United States was established, we are in the union in heart, and union the real. During communist time, Ronald Reagan for us means hope for freedom. And freedom comes to Poland. Of course, we still must fight for freedom in the United States, in Poland. You have more easier because whole your government support freedom. And we believe that whole our government support freedom like our president, who will be next moment. But what's important, we not only live in friendship, we cooperate as a nations, but we have a chance, big chance now, because our presidents live in friendship. They know themselves and they understand ourselves. It's important. It's the meeting of real friendship, friends and a real nation who wants to live in friendship. It's important because if we understand ourselves, we can do more. That's why we invite you for the new CPAC this year. And it will be a big meeting of different nations, but majorly Polish and American, who wants to cooperate, who wants to fight for freedom and fight for everything what's important for human people.
Ladies and gentlemen, late September this year, Rzeszów, Poland, you are all invited, be there, and remember, once you are there, we are building a great friendship of freedom-loving nations all over the world, because globalists and leftists, they build their international connections of George Soros and stuff. We have to build our connections against them. We have to go after them, attack them, and never get back and never let them win. Let's go to Poland. See you in Poland.
We invite you.
CPAC Poland, September. We all invite you. Ciao!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC Chairman, the Honorable
It's wonderful to see our friends from Poland. Thank you for being here. What an honor. You know, as we've taken this journey around the globe, Mercedes and the CPAC board and our CPAC team, we've learned a few things. And we've learned that people are incredibly concerned that America is slipping. They're incredibly concerned that Americans don't understand how special this country is. We were able to have a CPAC in Poland literally 5 days before their crucial election. It wasn't really our event. It was the Polish people's event. It was their event, the freedom lovers, to try to do the improbable. Can you imagine, have you ever heard of this political story? A candidate comes from nowhere, who's an outsider, who hasn't done it before, and has the courage to say, I want to change my country. Yeah. That's what happened in Poland. Now, the Polish history is a beautiful history. It's a tough history. It's a history riddled with disappointments. But the modern chapter of the Polish history is a brave people that would not succumb to communism, that listened to great forefathers like the great John Paul II. Put God at the center, and they never, never, never gave in. Now, what's going on in America? Freedom lovers around the world are watching America. They're watching Mayor Mondami. They're watching AOC. As Poland shed its communist past, America is now flirting with a communist future. And it's an important moment for our country to hear from one of these unique fighters for freedom in Europe who is saying no to the globalists, no to Brussels, no to the UN, no to the WHO, and yes to freedom. It's our great honor for CPAC USA to introduce the President of Poland, Karol Nawrocki.
Dzień dobry. Matt Mercedes, thank you very much for all you're doing. Thank you for this introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear American patriots, it is a true honor to stand here with you in Texas, a land that symbolizes what America is all about, a strength, independence, and pride in your nation. I bring you greetings from Poland, a country that understands what freedom truly costs and why it must always be defended. This year, in just a couple of months, the United States will celebrate 250 years of independence. 250 years ago, your founding fathers made a bold choice, a one full of uncertainty. They rejected tyranny, they rejected control from afar. They chose liberty, responsibility, and sovereignty. And by doing so, they changed the world. But let me tell you something that matters deeply to us in Poland. You were not alone in that fight. When America fought for independence, Poles stood shoulder to shoulder with you. Tadeusz Kościuszko and Kazimierz Puławski, Polish patriots, soldiers of liberty, fought for American independence. Both devoted their lives to the same ideal, the defense of freedom. And there is one more story, less known but also important. Haim Salomon, a man born and raised in Poland, who lived in New York City. When the Continental Congress was running out of money, Haim Salomon helped finance the American Revolution. He used his own resources to keep the cause of freedom alive. He did not fight with a sword, rifle, or cannon. He fought with commitment, with trust, with belief in the future of a free nation. This is also part of our shared history. Polish heroes did not only fight to America, they helped build it. They came because they believed something simple and powerful, that freedom anywhere is worth defending everywhere. And that And ladies and gentlemen, and as I'm standing here, I can state with certainty that this belief still connects and resonates in our nations today. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland and the United States are not just allies. We are nations built on the same idea. The government should serve the people, not rule over them. That freedom must be protected, not managed. That tradition matters because it gives meaning to freedom. In America, these ideas were shaped by your founding fathers. In Poland, they reach back centuries to a time when we built one of the first republics in Europe, where power was limited, where citizens had a voice, and where liberty was part of our identity. We are two nations, two continents apart, but rooted in the same Christian civilization. And today, that civilization is unfortunately under pressure, not just from outside, but also from within. We hear voices telling us that patriotism is something to be ashamed of, that borders don't matter, that faith should be pushed out of public life, that tradition is something to be erased. You hear it here in America, we hear it on the other side of the pond in Europe. But let me say this clearly, a nation without identity is a nation without a future. And I'm sure that we in Poland and here in the United States will not allow that to happen, because we know something that many elites have forgotten. Freedom does not survive on its own. It needs strong families, it needs strong communities, it needs people who are willing to defend it. Once more, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mercedes. We also know that threats to our way of life are not just cultural. They are real. They are geopolitical. They are dangerous. In Europe today, we face an aggressive Russia, a regime that invades its neighbors, a regime that destroys cities, a regime that believes power gives it the right to dominate others. And today, that same regime tries to tell the world, we are the defenders of traditional values. This is a lie. Russia does not defend conservatism. Russia represents corruption and violence. True conservatism respects nations. True conservatism respects human dignity. True conservatism believes in freedom under law. We also see other threats. the regimes in different parts of the world, spreading instability and terror in their respective regions and beyond. These authoritarian powers that want to reshape the world, not around freedom, but around control. And in the face of these threats, we have a choice: to stand divided or to stand together. Poland has made its choice. We stayed with the United States just like we always have. "250 years ago, during the First and Second World Wars, in the aftermath of the 9/11 terrorist attack, not because it is convenient, but because it is right. Because you know, ladies and gentlemen, alliances are not built only in conference rooms and behind closed doors. They are built on the battlefield. They are built in moments of courage. They are built in moments of sacrifice, including the courage and ultimate sacrifice shown by the 66 Polish soldiers who gave their lives in Iraq and in Afghanistan. Poland and the United States have stood side by side, not only in history, but in our own lifetime. We stood together in Afghanistan. We stood together in Iraq. At sometimes, that partnership is written in the most powerful way possible, in blood. Let me tell you a story. Not long ago, in the White House, a solemn ceremony took place. The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously to Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, who gave his life in Afghanistan. But he did not give it for his own countrymen. He gave it to save a Polish soldier, Lieutenant Karol Cierpica, my friend. In a moment of ultimate courage, he stepped forward. He took the blow meant for another man, a Polishman, a brother in arms. The very same day that the Medal of Honor was bestowed upon Staff Sergeant Ollis by President Trump, Poland honored him as well. Because Poland remembers, because Poland understands what that sacrifices mean, because Poland knows that freedom is never free. You cannot build a stronger alliance than this. This is not politics. This is brotherhood. This is what binds Poland and the United States together, not just as allies, but as a family. May Michael Ollis rest in peace. May the 66 Polish soldiers who gave their lives for freedom and the thousands of heroes from both our nations who made the ultimate sacrifice rest in peace. Let's respect them together, ladies and gentlemen. Let me add something important. The challenges we face do not come only from outside. In Europe, they also come from within our own community. Let me be clear. Poland made the right decision in joining the European Union, and we want to be a part of the EU. I believe and I hope the majority of my compatriots share this view, that Poland has a voice and the right to speak up. For the past 20 years, we have been part of the EU, and now it needs urgent repair. We see policies that, however well-intended they may be, risk weakening the very foundations of our strength. We see even more powerful bureaucrats making decisions that go against common sense. And instead of strengthening Europe, they weaken it. I'm talking about energy policies that move too fast, with no regard for economic reality and energy security. There are migration policies that fail to protect borders and social cohesion. There are moves to centralize decision-making, sidelining nations, and democratic accountability. And sometimes we see ideological projects that move us away from the values that built our Christian civilization, rather than reinforcing them. I believe that Europe and America are strongest where they respected their nations, when they respect their traditions, when they listen to their people. Poland is committed to transatlantic realm of strong nations, and not a one that forgets where its strength comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland is a success story of freedom. Just one generation ago, we were behind the Iron Curtain, a communist system. But that was not our choice. After World War II, Poland did not regain its freedom, even though we fought on every front of the war. Unfortunately, after the brutal German occupation, another occupation came, this time imposed by the Soviet Union. And that occupation lasted almost 50 years. But let me tell you something important. The Polish people never accepted it. Never. Even in the darkest times, there were those who refused to surrender. The Kars soldiers, underground fighters, or General Ryszard Kuklinski, who helped expose Soviet plans to attack NATO countries. In doing so, they not only defended Poland's future, but also built the foundations of the future Polish-American relationship. There was also a man who reminded the world who we are. Pope John Paul II. And finally, a movement that changed history, Solidarność. And yes, we were fortunate enough to have friends beyond our borders, leaders like Ronald Reagan, who had the courage to call evil by its name. Together, through faith, courage, and solidarity, we regained our independence. And today, Poland has become one of the fastest growing economies in Europe. Our GDP has reached over $1 trillion. Think about that. In one generation, we went from communism to prosperity, from control to opportunity, from dependence to strength. A nation finally free to realize its full potential. And this did not happen by accident. It happened because we chose freedom, because we chose hard work, because we chose strong partnership with the United States, our European allies, and like-minded partners around the globe. And this partnership is not just words, it is action. We believe in our Polish-American alliance, but we also believe in the North Atlantic Alliance, the most powerful military alliance in the history of the world, led by the United States. I agree with President Trump when he calls on European countries to increase their spending on our shared security. Yes, Europe must spend more. Yes, Europe must take greater responsibility for its own security. In Poland, we understand this. That is why we stand as the Eastern Guard of Europe, of Western civilization, which we defend against tyranny, lies, and violence from the East, from Russia, though not only from there. But we will not accomplish this great task alone, nor even in cooperation with the United States alone. We need our allies, we need their commitment and their sacrifice to preserve freedom. That is why we need to develop and strengthen NATO. Today, Poland is one of the strongest allies of the United States in Europe. We invest in our military. We invest in our military because we know peace requires strength. We spend 5% of our GDP on defense. We invest billions of dollars in American-made military technology, including F-35s that are produced here in Texas. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, we host thousands of American troops because we believe in real alliances, not symbolic ones. And let me say this clearly. We host American troops on the shoulders of the Polish taxpayer because we understand what solidarity means. We understand what border sharing means. We do not just talk about alliance. We pay for it. We support it. We strengthen it. And when American soldiers walk the streets of Polish cities, towns, and villages, they are not strangers. They are welcomed and respected. For the first time, I would like to emphasize this. For the first time in history, Poles are glad that foreign troops are stationed in their country. Polish and American troops stand on the front line of NATO because we understand what is at stake. But our cooperation goes beyond security. It includes energy independence. For years, some European states in their navy decided to depend on unreliable partners who use energy as a weapon. Poland said no. We chose diversification and cooperation with the United States. And together we are building something even bigger. The Three Seas Initiative, a project that connects countries from the Baltic to the Adriatic and the Black Sea. It is about infrastructure, it is about energy security, it is about economic strength, but above all, it is about freedom. For the past 10 years, we have been turning this vision into reality. We are the fastest growing region in Europe. We have invested billions of euros in roads, railways, broadband networks. We are doing this to create stronger connections and better opportunities for the 120 million people of Central and Southeastern Europe. Because a region that is connected, developed, and independent is a region that cannot be controlled by authoritarian powers. President Donald Trump understands it. In 2007, Poland organized the Three Seas Initiative Summit in our capital, in Warsaw. President Trump was there to support the initiative. He also gave one of the most memorable speeches in our recent history. Your president is a true friend of Poland, but he is also a real fighter. President Donald Trump fighting for a better life for the American people, including the nearly 10 million Poles who have made America their home. We need leaders like him, leaders who put the people first, protect the jobs, defend families, and secure the future. Dear friends, we are living in a moment of decision, a moment when the future of our civilization will be shaped by the choices we make today. Will we defend our values or abandon them? Will we stand strong or step back? Will we remember who we are or forget. Poland has made its choice. We choose sovereignty, we choose to respect tradition, we choose freedom. 250 years ago, Americans proved that freedom can defeat tyranny. Decades ago, the people of Poland and other countries in Central Europe proved it again. And today, it is our responsibility to ensure that this story continues, not just for us, but for our children, for our nations, for the future of the free world. So let me say this clearly here in Dallas, Texas. When Poland and America stand together, freedom wins. When we stay true to our values, freedom wins. When we have the courage to defend what matters, freedom wins. Thank you all. God bless Poland. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the alliance between our great nations. Thank you.
CPAC applauds President Trump's courageous decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country particularly concerned for severe religious freedom violations. Wide sections of Nigeria are led by jihadists in titles which seek to wipe the globe of Christians and Jews, and their vile actions must be countered. Persecution defines nations like Nigeria, China, North Korea, Pakistan, and elsewhere. Thousands killed, millions displaced, churches and synagogues burned, and believers imprisoned simply because of their faith. We urge leaders of other countries to follow President Trump's example, impose stronger sanctions on persecuting governments, increase funding for global religious freedom initiatives, and ensure military and diplomatic tools are fully deployed to protect vulnerable believers. The crisis demands urgent, escalated action. No half measures when lives and eternal souls are at stake.
CPAC strongly demands the implementation of strict nationwide photo voter ID as the essential safeguard of election integrity and democracy. Requiring government-issued photo identification at the polls is not voter suppression, but common sense that every legitimate democracy uses to ensure only eligible citizens vote. Voter ID is the global standard, with 176 countries and jurisdictions requiring it. The few U.S. states that still refuse any voter ID requirement are all socialist, Democratic-controlled strongholds such as California, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, revealing exactly who benefits from weaker verification and eroded public trust.
All languages, all shades, and all ethnicities understand that you have to have voter ID to have democracy.
CPAC unequivocally condemns Sharia law as a barbaric, theocratic, and totalitarian system that is fundamentally incompatible with individual liberty and Western civilization. Sharia denies equal rights by prescribing cruel and unusual punishments, including stoning, amputation, and flogging, and seeks to replace secular democracy and constitutional governance with Islamic religious rule. We are alarmed by its growing global influence and its creeping encroachments around the world, including in the West. As we meet in Texas, we acknowledge that the Lone Star State has become the frontline defense against this threat. In the March 2026 GOP primary, Texas voters delivered an overwhelming mandate by approving Proposition 10 with nearly 95% support, declaring that Texas should prohibit Sharia law. CPAC stands firmly and unapologetically against any imposition of Sharia law in freedom-loving countries.
CPAC strongly supports President Donald J. Trump's decisive leadership in restoring stability, sovereignty, and democratic accountability throughout the Western Hemisphere. After years of neglect that allowed hostile regimes, transnational criminal organizations, and foreign adversaries to expand their influence, President Trump has reasserted American strength. From confronting the socialist dictatorship in Venezuela and standing with the Cuban people, to challenging the authoritarian regimes in Nicaragua and beyond, his administration has made clear that America will not surrender to tyranny, narco-terrorism, or foreign powers seeking to undermine freedom. President Trump's policies have strengthened border security, disrupted human trafficking networks, and reduced the chaos that destabilizes nations across the region. The people of the Western Hemisphere deserve freedom, security, and opportunity, not exploitation by authoritarian regimes or criminal networks.
The conservative movement needs more than spectators. It needs warriors. At CPAC, you'll gain the tools, the connections, and the fire to make a difference. This is more than an internship. It's a frontline mission. If you're ready to challenge, to build, to fight for America's future, the time is now. Answer the call. Apply today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Maha's leader, a fireside chat with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
Wow. I think you got a very loud cheer. I would say almost as loud as for President Donald J. Trump, right? All right, Mr. Secretary, I'm just gonna call you Bobby, because I feel like you're part of like our kitchen table every day when I have to decide what food our kids are gonna eat. I shared with the Secretary this story where when my girls were little, a neighbor brought them donuts, and they came running to the house and told their dad, "This is the best tasting bagel I've ever had." But I really want to start with your incredible successes. Seriously, what you have done to shake up HHS, Health and Human Services, is remarkable. Talk about those successes, and then what your top priorities are going into the next 3 years.
Well, one of our, first of all, thanks for having me here, Mercy, and thank you all for being such a welcoming audience.
We love you.
Did you ask what our success has been today?
Yes, what have been your successes?
I mean, I think the food pyramid was really important because for 50 years, the government has been lying to us about food, about what food we should be eating. When I got into office, a week after I got into office, and Brooke Rollins and I were sworn in on the same day.
Yes.
And it's our responsibility of our agencies to sign off on the dietary guidelines. The dietary guidelines we got from the Biden administration that they'd been working on for 4 years were 453 pages long. And they were written by industry lobbyists. And they reflected the mercantile impulses that had put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid, which is not even a food.
Really?
Yeah.
Fruit Loops
was at the top.
Oh my, okay.
And so we flipped the food pyramid. We brought in the best nutritionists in the country from a dozen universities, medical schools, and we gave a science-based food pyramid for the first time. We restored protein.
Yes.
And those dietary guidelines are going to change the dietary culture in this country in a couple different ways. One is, particularly USDA gives huge food subsidies out, $405 million a day, to WICs, to Head Start, to food stamps, and to a lot of other programs. And now the food is going to change there. The food is changing in our military. Pete Hegseth has brought in this extraordinary chef called Robert Irvine, and he's already changed the food. And I'll tell you something. He's changed the food on 5 of the biggest bases. By the end of this month, it'll be in 20. So it's all fresh, really high quality food.
And this is for our military.
For our military.
So we're taking care of our military. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Who's stronger, you or Secretary of War Pete Hegseth? Come on, tell us, who's stronger?
I think he's got a couple of, a couple of pounds on me.
All right, well, I'm going with you, Bobby. I'm going with you.
Anyway, he brought in Robert Irvine. At the military bases, only a third of the food was getting eaten because it was so appalling. And the troops were going out and buying food at McDonald's or fast food places, which is not cheap food.
Right.
It's $12 to $14 for a Big Mac meal. He's now changed the diet completely. All the troops are now eating. There's lines around the block to get into the cafeteria.
Yes.
And the military budget for food is $18.50 a day per soldier. Well, that's for 3 meals. He's feeding them all for $10 a day. So,
wow. So we're saving money.
It's good food, yeah. Good food is actually cheaper if you cook at home. The problem is Americans need to cook at home, and we have a program now that is teaching because people have forgotten.
Right.
And that's important not only because it's important to get food, but also gives you time with your family. It's a sacred ritual that's been around forever.
Right.
And we've lost that, and we have now a spiritual malaise in our country. It's a crisis of loneliness, of atomization, of fragmentation. And one of the ways that we need to bring people back together is for having this day, encouraging people to have this daily meal ritual. We've done the first test in Operation Stork Speed on the baby formula. So we're going to have the best information now about baby formula by the end of this month.
So for your moms out there, this is what they're working on. They're taking out these chemicals and these preservatives out of baby formula.
Yeah. And we're, for the first time in 30 years, we are revising the nutrition standards so that we're going to have good nutrition in the baby formula, as close to breast milk as we can get. We've gotten rid of the 9 synthetic-based food dyes.
Yes.
We've gotten the 54 in the medical schools have now agreed, and many more are coming on every day. They give 40 hours of nutrition training in medical school. The testing companies, the MCAT testing companies, are going to put nutrition on the MCATs for the first time, so the students will actually want to do it. And we have 20 states that have now passed MAHA legislation to require nutrition training and continuing, continuing medical education. And we have 20 states that have now passed MAHA legislation to require nutrition training and continuing legal, continuing medical education. And we, 20 We've done a lot of things. I think, one of the most impressive things that we've done, thanks to Chris Klomp, who's now running the agency with operations, the agency for me. We got through the MFN, the most favored nation status, so that we have been paying the highest price for medicine in the world in this country. We make all the medicine, we pay for the innovation, and we pay in some cases 10, 13, 15 times what they pay for the same medication in Europe. It's made in a factory in New Jersey. And now we're going to pay the lowest prices in the world, and you can already get those.
That's amazing.
And then we're doing, this week, we passed new regulations that are going to require hospitals to post their pricing. So we're going to have price transparency, and the insurance companies. So we're going to have price transparency. If you go to a restaurant, you can see what the price is before you order a meal. If you go to a car dealer and he tells you, you can buy this car, but I'm not going to tell you what the price is until after you bought it, you would not buy that car. But that's how every hospital in this country works. If you're a pregnant woman, you could go 9 months making phone calls every day and not be able to figure out how much they are charging that hospital is charging your insurance company for childbirth. We're going to have a website now that has the price of everything on it. So if you want to get an MRI, it will tell you on one page what the cost is of that MRI and all of the different concierge services and medical centers around you. I looked at pregnancy in New York. A mile around Manhattan, there's 30 hospitals. The lowest cost one was $1,350 for childbirth. The highest cost was $22,000. In Detroit, the lowest cost was $6,000. The highest was $60,000 for the same service, the same quality service. The only way you get that price chaos is if you don't tell people, if there's no market and you don't give consumers an ability to shop. This is also going to dramatically lower the cost of medicine. We've gotten 80% of the insurance companies now to agree to eliminate prior authorization in almost all of their procedures.
Right.
Oh, you will know, and this is one of the most frustrating things. If you're a patient, you go to the hospital, the doctor tells you you need a knee surgery, and it takes you 6 months to find out whether your insurance company is going to authorize it. Now you will know at the point of care before you leave that doctor's office whether or not the procedure is authorized.
Okay. All right, CPAC family, that's just in 1 year, okay? I'm just exhausted by the long list of accomplishments. It's remarkable, the work that you all are doing. Seriously, we applaud you. We applaud the president. Now, you went through a recovery program yourself. You struggled with addiction. And we saw that the president signed this Great American Recovery Executive Order. Talk to us about that.
Well, the executive order basically requires us to revamp the recovery programs in this country. The federal investment in recovery in this country to make sure that it works. One of the things that I learned from my own experience with addiction recovery is addiction is a disease of isolation. People who have this disease end up in either bathrooms or jails, institutions of death alone. They cut off their relationships with their families, their friends, their community, and isolation drives addiction. And we have an epidemic of isolation now in our country. The ultimate way to deal with that is to reconnect people with community and reconnect them with some kind of spiritual motivation. So, in the 12-step, one of the seminal milestones of the 12-step movement was a meeting between a Rhode Island millionaire called Roland Hazard, who was very close to Bill Wilson, who's the founder of AA, and Carl Jung. And Roland Hazard had been to see him many times about his alcoholism, and each time he felt he was cured, he'd leave, and then very soon he'd be drinking again. He finally came back and confronted Jung. And he said to Jung, is there any hope for anybody like me who has my level of alcoholism? Jung told him, no. And Hazard then pushed him, and he said, have you ever seen it happen? And Jung said, the only people who can recover, who have your level of addiction, are people who have a profound spiritual realignment. And the 12-step movement was, the 12 steps are designed to induce a spiritual awakening. It's a movement that's devoid of religion, but it is intensely focused on spirituality to change who you are. I believe that I was born an addict, that I'm hardwired to drink and drug myself to death. And in order to overcome that kind of biological drive, you need a spiritual fire.
Yes.
And one of the things, one of the unfortunate choices they made during the Biden administration was to exclude faith-based recovery programs from federal funding. I had a friend who wrote me this week, a friend from California, who wrote me about her son, and she said that he had been thrown out of a recovery program in California for talking about God. So this is, wow. This has countered everything that we know about recovery, everything science will tell us about recovery. And one of the things that we're doing as a result of President Trump's order is we're bringing faith-based recovery back into a recovery. The other thing is that we are transitioning now to outcome-based care. It's a very fragmented system. So you go into a detox, you're arrested on the street or brought in from the street. You go to a detox, then you go to a rehab, and then you go to sober housing, and then you get a job. None of those agencies are talking to each other. So President Trump asked us to bring in everybody, the Department of Labor, Department of our department at HHS, HUD, Department of Housing, and to coordinate so that we can follow the addict throughout this whole process. So nobody's responsible for that addict. Everybody is just checking boxes. And like the rest of the medical system, everybody has an incentive to keep that addict sick. If you're rehab, you get paid for 28 days. If that addict goes out and drinks or drugs again, you get another bite at the apple. So every time he goes out and relapses, you make more money. So you have no incentive to make that guy healthy. And one of the things that we're developing now is a way for that rehab to be responsible for that addict for a long period of time. For example, 2 years. So that any time that he relapses, they have to treat him the next time for free. That will provide an incentive for them to maybe keep him longer the first time, make sure he's in an IOP, make sure he's getting aftercare, and take responsibility for his recovery, because they're going to make more money if he recovers than if he doesn't.
So how many Maha moms are out there? Where are my Maha moms? What advice can you give us in raising, what advice do you give the Maha moms, the Maha parents who are trying to raise healthy children in this environment?
I mean, I would say, listen, I'm a parent, I have 7 kids.
You beat the Schlaps, we've got 5.
It is a competition.
Well, you'll beat me with the weights, don't worry about that part.
But, you know, for me, everybody has their own strategy and every child is different. You know, there's no cookie cutter for any child. This is one of the things I've learned as a parent. Each child requires something different. But I think the biggest threats that we're facing now are cell phones and social media. And we have MAHA legislation that we're working to pass in almost every state. I think probably about 18 states have already passed it, bell-to-bell restrictions on cell phones. And I was at Loudoun County in Virginia the other day where they have those restrictions. Originally, the children were up in arms about it.
Right.
But I went into the cafeteria, and there were 600 kids in there, and they're all talking to each other. Nobody's looking at their lap.
Yes.
And the testing scores have gone up, the disciplinary problems have gone down. The parents were there the day that I went, and I polled them, and they loved, and they said some of them said their children are no longer using their cell phones in their car, and they come home and have dinner with the families, and they're actually talking to them because they learn that they can exist without them. And, there's all kinds of problems with cell phones, including radiation problems, and I would tell you, don't ever let your child go to sleep with a cell phone next to their head. And I've done a lot of litigation on this, and the science is overwhelming. 10,000 studies that we brought to the Court of Appeals in Washington. The radiation is very, very bad, and it's really troubling that, we have less regulation about it in this country than any other country in the world. For me, I lived in the country so I could get my kids outdoors a lot, and I could make sure they did a lot of physical activity. And then I was not that focused on their food, but if I had to go back and do it again, I would be laser focused on what they're eating.
Great advice, great advice. So, you have a famous last name, right?
Yes.
Right. You went from being a Democrat to being an independent to being part of President Trump's greatest cabinet. You put principle over party. And I will say a story on when we had a smaller event. It was just a smaller group of investors for CPAC. We invited then presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to speak to our investors. And I remember our investors were like, what? What do you mean he's coming? We were like, just listen to him. Just listen. And after you spoke, they were so impressed, and they wanted to meet you, and they knew that you would be doing something great, and you are. So as CPAC, I think, found Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., tell us why this change from this evolution, I would say.
Well, first of all, my father, and I remember him talking to me about this. He said, you should always vote for the person, not the party. He understood that partisanship was bad for our country,
yes.
And it makes you dishonest. Because it forces you to apply a double standard, and that's always dishonest, and it's unfair. But one of the reasons that I ran is because I just saw that the Democratic Party had lost its bearings. The only issue that really united the Democrat was Trump derangement syndrome, and I noticed this very early because I was raised in a Democratic Party that was very opposed to NAFTA. And then in 2016, when President Trump came out about NAFTA, the Democrats suddenly became pro-NAFTA. And
it's true.
During the war, I, like President Trump, was opposed to the Ukraine war. It could have easily been settled. There were two opportunities to settle it and keep Ukraine intact at the very beginning, and President Biden actually made Boris Johnson go over there in April of 2022 and tear up a treaty that was already signed by both sides. And so I was very much against the war. President Trump and the Democratic Party has always been the anti-war party. And President Trump came out against the war, and the Democratic Party became the pro-war party. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, wrote Title IX. So, to make sure that women could play sports. And the Democratic Party suddenly became the party that didn't like women's sports anymore. They said there shouldn't be any women's sports. It should be, for everybody. On freedom of speech, I was one of the first people to be censored by President Biden 37 hours after he got into office. He made, and we now have the emails because of the lawsuit that I brought and the Missouri brought. He made Mark Zuckerberg take down my Instagram account with 1 million followers on it. I never said one piece of disinformation. Everything I wrote on that account was cited and sourced to public databases or to peer-reviewed publications. And then the Democratic Party has always been skeptical about the intelligence agencies, but once the intelligence agencies began attacking President Trump in an organized, systematic way and trying to undermine him, they became suddenly pro-intelligence. And at their convention, right before they introduced Kamala Harris, they had the CIA director speak, which was unheard of a Democratic. Well, the only thing, it became very clear to me, the only thing that was holding them together was their hatred of Donald Trump.
Yes.
And as it turns out, by that time, I had realized that Donald Trump was on my side on virtually every issue, and that we were aligned on those issues. And I was very grateful when he offered me to join the campaign. I had been, I've talked about this before. I'd been watching this deterioration in the health of our children, the rise of chronic disease, since 2005. And I had 11 siblings, 70 first cousins. I never knew anybody with a peanut allergy. I never knew anybody with eczema. I never knew anybody with autism, and I was raised on the front line of intellectual disabilities. I was working as a hugger and a coach in the Special Olympics when I was 8 years old, before it, when it was still called Camp Shriver. We never saw any kids like that, and suddenly they're everywhere. Every classroom had an EpiPen in it, and nobody was talking about it. And when I started talking about it, I got censored. And I prayed every day for 19 years that God would put me in a position to change this. And then in August 2024, God sent me Donald Trump. And, and President Trump in June had put out a tweet about the chronic disease epidemic in kids that I could have written. And so when he invited me to join his campaign, I was, I was just inclined to do what I could and to trust that this was the path I was supposed to be taking.
Last question. Last question. You're with the president. You go to these cabinet meetings. You're in the meetings. You're in the room where the action, the decisions are being made. Tell us about that relationship with President Trump.
Well, let me just say this. President Trump is exactly the opposite of everything that I believed him to be, I basically drank the Kool-Aid that he was this, bombastic narcissist who didn't read books, was ill-informed. And then, now I know exactly the opposite. He's the opposite of a narcissist. He's an empath. You'll see that every time he talks about the Ukraine war, he talks about the casualties on both sides. You will not hear any Democrat ever talk about that. And he talks about the Russian kids who are dying. He gets the reports every week, and they make a huge impression on him about the death rates. 1,000 kids a day are dying over there. My son fought in Ukraine, and he's the only member of his military unit who survived. And he understands that these are people's children. And he talks about that. And then also, he has encyclopedic molecular knowledge on this wide range of very, very eclectic interests. Music, Broadway shows, pro wrestling, football, every sport, golf, and business and Wall Street. He knows how everybody made their money and what deals they made. And he tells stories all the time about it. It's just one after the other. And one time during the campaign, I was on the airplane with him, and we were sitting across the table from each other eating McDonald's, drinking Diet Coke. And we started talking about Syria, and he got a placemat, and he turned it on its back, and then he took a Sharpie, and he drew a perfect map of the Mideast. And then he put the troop strength of every country on every border on that map. And it just, it challenged a lot of the assumptions that I had been told about him. He has, he has this extraordinary depth of knowledge about what's happening in each one of the agencies, my agency and the others. And, and then he has an instinct for making good choices.
Well, I have to say that...
And I would say this. I think my uncle, John Kennedy, understood the uses of power better than any president who's preceded him. I think Donald Trump understands the use of power better than probably any president that we've had, at least since Roosevelt and maybe in American history.
I'm going to add one more, and I know I just have to ask this. If your dad were alive today, what would he say about you and what you've done?
I mean, everything that I've done in my life and the choices I made in my career are choices that I think my father and my uncle would support. I think that if they were around today, that they would be making the same kind of choices that President Trump is about Iran, about Ukraine, about trying to raise up the middle class. I'll tell you something that, I grew up in a Democratic Party when the Democrats owned 30% of the wealth and the Republicans owned 70% of the wealth. And today, it's exactly the inverse. The Democrats own 70% of the wealth, and the Republicans own 30% of the wealth. And the Democrats are no longer on the side of the middle class. They're contemptful of it. And President Trump is completely committed to farmers, to firemen, to police, to people who are working in this country. And, that was the Democratic constituency that I grew up with.
Well, I want to say God gave us President Trump, and I'm so glad God gave us you to serve our country. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you for serving.
All right. Was that a phenomenal interview? I mean, he's amazing. Let me call on stage my fabulous husband, Matt Schlapp. Come join me. Thank you. Anyways, We have our CPAC Maha Coalition. Join our CPAC Maha Coalition. We're doing a lot of great work alongside with Bobby, my new friend. I'm so excited.
Bobby.
Bobby.
Wow, that was a great interview. She's like a beautiful Barbara Walters. She just pulled it out of him. It was great. All right, so are we all committed to people who are of action and not of talk?
Yes.
It's about action over words.
Yes.
We have a big election in November.
Yes.
Right? And next year at CPAC, the battle is on. Which state is redder, Texas or Florida? Next year, in April, we are going to be in Orlando, Florida. I personally will not be going to Disney, but there are other great things to do in Orlando, like play golf and everything else. Thank you. God bless you. Please give a warm appreciation for the entire CPAC volunteers and staff. They did a great job.
Thank you. See you next year.
God bless you all.